Alrighty, good. It's going to be Tuesday evening, everyone. Jacob Mountain live here with West Michigan weather. We also do have Jonah, Owen, and Alex out in the field, currently near the Byron Center area, and we are getting started with our live coverage for this. What's been expected to be what could potentially be a significant severe weather event. As we head throughout this Tuesday evening. The Storm Prediction Center has recently put out a tornado watch for the entire West Michigan weather coverage area. So all the US 10 corridor, all the I-96 corridor, all the I-94 corridor, state line, all of our areas in between there. We are pretty much all the lower peninsula along and south of US 10 is now under a tornado watch that is now in effect from now until 4 a.m. on Tuesday morning. For this tornado watch, our primary concerns are a couple of tornadoes. We're not necessarily expecting the long track tornadoes like what could have been happening back in Wisconsin and Iowa earlier today. But what we're looking here is mainly the brief spin-up type tornado potential. Our primary concern continues to be damaging wind gusts, and in this watch, we are highlighting scattered damaging wind gust potential up to 70 miles per hour, which is likely. And we also have the potential for scattered large hail and isolated very large hail events up to 2 inches in diameter possible, in addition with that as well. Again, and we do have our Doppler radar up and running, and we are watching storms. Our main show that coming from Wisconsin is currently over Lake Michigan. We have special marine warnings on that, but we also have had storms fire ahead of the main line of storms that we are watching as well. There's this complex north of the Muskegon area that currently has a special weather statement on it. This is going to be for the next 15 minutes or so for the potential 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts and nickel-size hail, I should say. Nickel-size hail, that is one step below severe thunderstorm warning criteria when it comes to hail. We are watching other storms that have fired up around the Grand Rapids metro. You're probably noticing the rain. You're probably noticing the lightning and thunder. We have storms pretty much right along the US 131 corridor, especially to the north of Kalamazoo. Now, these storms that have fired ahead of the line, we are going to have to watch a little bit more, see how they develop. That could have a little bit more of a large hail and maybe tornado potential. But even along our main line off to the west, over Lake Michigan, we're going to have to watch, especially for damaging straight line winds. But even that could carry it maybe a little bit of a hail threat and a tornado threat, which again would be more of the brief spin-up variety. So again, taking a look at radar, we are continuing to watch storms flare up as we've been expecting throughout the day today, and it looks like we are heading in that direction this evening. But take just a second, we'll go to our live feed from out in the field, and as you can see, taking a look at that, you could see the lightning there near Byron Center. That's where our storm chasing vehicle is located right now, near the Byron Center area. And you can see the lightning. It was just raining pretty good there a few moments ago as well. You can really just see the lightning there with these storms as they continue to develop and move through the area. So we'll go back to our radar at this time. We do have the feed on the left side of the screen, and they can feel, and of course, we'll go to that live feed from time to time as well as necessary with these storms. So again, we currently do not have any active severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings across the area, but just with the tornado watch and the fact that we have storms in the area, I just figured that we should come on the air and we'll get through these storms together this evening. Sheena on Facebook is asking, how's it looking in Pullman? I just got on. Okay, That's what we need in Allegan County. So right now, Pullman, we're not seeing too much activity for the moment. We are seeing some isolated storm activity just to your north. We are watching this cell kind of near the Fenville area that has kind of flared up in the last few minutes. Nothing of concern right now of this activity, but we are going to be watching our storms off to your north and west, especially currently in Wisconsin, and then moving over Lake Michigan as well. That is what we're going to be watching over the next several hours for your severe threat. Again, our primary concern is going to be damaging straight line winds, and even though the watch didn't mention the potential of hurricane force wind gusts, which would be over 75 miles per hour, we still cannot rule out a few isolated instances of that, especially near and south of the I-96 corridor is where we're seeing the most concern for that. But again, so nothing imminently concerning in the Pullman area, but we will let you know if that changes, Sheena. Mike Nash on Facebook is saying joining from Rockford. Thank you for joining us this evening, Mike, and we will get you, and we'll be here for the next little while as these storms continue to track towards the West Michigan area. Again, we currently do not have any active severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings if you are just joining us here this evening. But just with storms in the area and with the watches being issued, figured we'd just hop on and kind of get ahead of any warnings that might be issued. So we're going to take a look again at our special weather statement off to our north. That expires in the next 10 minutes. Let me pull up my radar, and we'll go to our hail tracker real quickly here and just take a look at our hail potential. And we are seeing some signs of at least small hail potentially being indicated throughout this complex of storms. And again, we'll have to watch these storms as they flare up. They still do have the potential for some of that larger hail to develop as well, so we'll be watching that with time this evening. Chris on Facebook is asking how's Mears looking. Silver Lake Sand Dunes area is crazy with lightning, and yes, there is plenty of lightning with this activity. However, none of this is currently severe. That could change relatively quickly this evening, so we will be watching that throughout the evening, Chris. But right now, none of this is severe. These are just loud thunderstorms with the capability of gusty winds and small hail. But we are mainly, in particular, watching this strong complex of storms that's coming back from Wisconsin. That will be moving to the east, and perhaps a little bit of a southeasterly component of direction as well with time. But this will be just to the west of Muskegon. Let me see how fast this is moving. And we're going to take a look at velocity. This is going to be on our main line of storms currently west of the offshore of Muskegon. And as you can see, we're still already seeing fairly high velocities on it. I'll do a few pixel queries. This is a few thousand feet up, so whether this is reaching the surface will remain to be seen. And also, we do have this red icon. This is a new addition to our radar system. It is detecting rotation, which could, it's a new system that was added to kind of help with the detection of tornadic potential a little bit. I'm not seeing, there may be a few circulations in there from with this Boeing segment as well. Again, those would be the brief spin-up tornado potential that we were mentioning. I will also say I was looking further to the east, kind of watching that near southwest of Newaygo as well. Maybe a little bit of weak rotation in there, nothing imminently concerning, but we are going to be watching that just with the amount of shear overhead and low-level shear. It won't take much of these storms to start spinning, and we can get those brief spin-ups from time to time throughout the evening as well. But other than that, I'm just mainly seeing gusty straight line wind potential of these storms. And right now, none of it is particularly severe, except for potentially this main complex near the over Lake Michigan. That will be moving to the east, and we'll be heading on shore probably within the next hour or so, the latest. Current time is 9:09. If you're just joining us here, like Alston is joining from Muskegon. It was loud for a brief moment. Yeah, these are quite noisy thunderstorms at the very least. Kate on Facebook is joining from Portage. Thank you all for joining us this evening on what looks to potentially be a fairly active night of severe weather across West Michigan. A few of my sources behind the scenes. Taking a look behind the scenes, I do believe our new Day 1 outlook is coming in, and there's no major changes to it. We still have our 5 to 9% tornado risk with the SIG 1 hatching, and our 30 to 44% damaging wind risk, and our large hail risk. None of those probabilities that you might have seen earlier have changed, which makes sense with the current trends of where things are going. So, and that's just some of our if you've heard that, that was just one of my applications that I have from Gratiot County for alerts, which especially as it is getting dark out there, and as this will be heading into the overnight, potentially into the overnight hours, this threat, at least the early overnight hours. I know a lot of people will be sleeping as the night goes on. It is important that you have multiple ways to receive warnings tonight. That's one thing. But you also want to have ways of warnings that will wake you up. Whether that be a NOAA weather radio, that's the best way. That will wake you up. That's a great way. That will wake you up. If you also have the wireless emergency alerts on your cell phone, those are built in. You can enable those. Those are working typically for tornado warnings or destructive tags, severe thunderstorm warnings, and I believe certain flash flood warnings as well. And those could be a concern as well. As not only do we have the severe weather threat, we also have the heavy rainfall threat. I will say recent guidance has suggested that the bulk of the heaviest rainfall tonight will be along and south of I-96 as well, but we are going to be watching stuff like this, like between this complex of storms between White Cloud and Ferry and Rothbury. If that turns to the east, if these storms start training over a certain area for a decent amount of time with the heavy rainfall rates, you can get a quick 1, 2, maybe even 3 inches in a short period of time. And that could cause quite significant flooding issues when combined with the already wet ground from all the rain we've seen previously. And Harley's asking on Facebook, I'm confused why Lower Michigan got hit with the watch too. Is it supposed to get nasty on the state line of Indiana? For those of you along the state line, I will say that since you're in the watch, there's still a threat. However, storms, depending on the timing, may be on a weakening trend once they start getting that far southeast, based on the model data we were looking at. But still, just with the amount of shear overhead especially, there's still the threat for mainly damaging winds, but also
on frequency, deploying from 701 ball.
Right, and so Harley, this is mainly the further south you go. It could be just with the shear overhead. It'll just be a precautionary thing. I personally think further to the south, but still, there's still the threat for spin-up tornadoes. So you just want to be aware of that throughout the evening into the early overnight hours, Carly. Cassidy is asking how bad is it supposed to be for Mount Pleasant. Mount Pleasant is in the tornado watch, so there's still concerns of severe weather there. I think up there would be probably more of a damaging wind threat, as that's true for most of the area. Our primary concern is damaging winds. But again, just with the shear overhead, it won't take much for these storms to kind of spin up. And we are getting an additional. Oops. I'm also pulling up another one of our chasers. This is Riley's video feed I am pulling up as well on the left side of the screen. So we have additional video feeds as well. So again, we have multiple chasers out in the field this evening with these storms as they come into the area. What do you think about Portland? Again, Portland, you're in the tornado watch, so you'll want to be aware, especially throughout the evening hours. Same goes for Carson City. I'm going to say this, as we start getting warnings, I don't mean this to be rude, but but I can't, when we start getting warnings, especially on a night like tonight, where we have multiple warnings in effect, I cannot answer questions when it comes to particular locations. So as we get later into the night, as we get warnings in effect, if I am not calling out your specific location, you are not in imminent danger from severe weather. That's a good rule to follow. So again, as we get later into the night, especially, if I'm not calling out your location, you're not in imminent danger from severe weather. So it's just a good rule to follow as we head throughout the evening. Again, as I say that, we do have no active warnings in effect at the moment. In fact, that special weather statement that was in effect has been allowed to expire, but I do think that's going to be changing here in relatively short order, as we have this big Boeing segment that'll be coming in roughly into the Whitehall, Muskegon areas. In fact, let me animate this. I can perhaps do a couple storm tracks on that. Just try and give it early heads up. We'll track this off to the east at around 40 miles per hour. This will be arriving in the Whitehall area in the next half an hour or so. Dalton in the next 40 minutes, give or take. Twin Lake in the next 45 minutes or so. Holton the next 52 minutes or so. The Fremont area within the next hour. Ashland also within the next hour. Same goes for Newaygo, Casnovia, and White Cloud, generally within the next hour or so, as these continue to move off to the east. I know areas like Newaygo, Fremont, it's probably storming already. This is for the more significant parts of the storm, the Boeing segments that we are watching. That will carry the highest damaging wind potential in the short term, I do believe. Not to discount any of this northern activity as well. That could turn severe as well. They are updating our special marine warning. As I say that, they're continuing for winds of 50 knots. That is severe level. 50 knots for reference is going to be about 58 miles an hour or so, and that is severe threshold winds. So they're continuing that in our special marine warning that is in effect from along the lake for our Lake Michigan shoreline and mid-lake waters. The shoreline from Luffy Holland up to just a second so I can interact with the map, to Patwater roughly. So we're doing, so again, we are watching stuff like this with this Boeing segment. That is a sign, and there we go. We got our first severe thunderstorm warning of the evening coming in now. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in for Muskegon, Newaygo, and Ottawa counties. This is going to go until 10:45 p.m. this evening. This is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-size hail. We do also have the tornado possible tag on the severe thunderstorm warning. So again, this warning is going until 10:45 p.m. It is for all of Muskegon County, all of Ottawa County, and the southwestern portions of Newaygo County. Some areas that are going to be included is the Whitehall area, Twin Lake, Holton, the Bridgeton area, Ashland, North Muskegon, Dalton, Wolf Lake, Moreland, Casnovia, the Roosevelt Park and Norton Shores area, Sullivan, the Ravenna area, Fruitport, Ferrysburg, Coopersville, over towards Walker, especially the west side of Walker, Port Sheldon, Hudsonville, Jamestown, and the Holland area. If you are in any of the areas I just highlighted, you are in this severe thunderstorm warning. Here's what I need you to do. I need you to be heading inside, preferably in that sturdy structure away from those windows. On the lowest floor, if you can get there, especially with the tornado possible tag, you want to be nearby a place where you can take shelter if a tornado does spin up. Because unfortunately, with the nature of these spin up tornadoes tonight, unfortunately, they could come and go within radar scans too. So that could make the tornado warning process a little bit more difficult tonight for the National Weather Service. So, again, just with these tornado possible tags, I would take these severe thunderstorm warnings a little bit more seriously, especially with the history of these storms that we've seen on the other side of the lake. So, again, something to consider as these continue to move off to the east. These are moving off to the east. Let me pull up the warning text. They're going to be moving around to the east at around 50 miles per hour. So, we'll do a couple of new storm tracks now. Actually, before we do that, we're going to take a look at our velocity products. And again, we are showing clear signal for damaging straight line winds. Once you start seeing these brighter greens, that is 60 to 70 mile per hour winds being indicated. Given this is a few thousand feet up, but still, I don't see much difficulty for at least 50 to potentially 60 mile per hour wind gusts in spots, making it down to the surface as these continue to move to the east and towards the Lake Michigan shoreline over the next several minutes. So, again, for those of you asking about specific locations, since we are starting to get warnings in effect, I unfortunately cannot sit around and call out specific locations, but if I'm not calling out your location, a good rule to follow is you're not in immediate danger. So unless I'm calling out your location specifically, yes, it's fun. Yes, it might be raining, it might be thundering, but you're not in imminent danger of severe weather. So we'll go back to reflectivity, and again, what we're watching is bowing segment of the line beginning to move on shore from Lake Michigan over the next several minutes. That has prompted this severe thunderstorm warning that has went into effect for Muskegon, Ottawa, and the southwestern portions of Newaygo County. This warning is going until 10:45 p.m. this evening. And this will be the first of likely many severe thunderstorm warnings throughout the evening. Besides that, we are still monitoring these storms stretching across Mason County, central parts of Newaygo County. These are not severe for the moment. These are mainly heavy rain, maybe some small hail and gusty wind makers, but I'm not seeing anything imminent in terms of a severe threat with that. But we are watching it as well. I will say I see someone mentioning about tornado potential for Muskegon. We are watching that. In fact, our radar system is putting one of those signals I was talking about earlier for rotation and a potential tornado. We'll take a look at velocity on that. I think that is more of a straight line wind signal at the moment. I'm not personally seeing anything indicating a tornado threat to me. That looks mainly straight line winds. But we'll be watching these little notches that develop, like one just to the south of that. We'll be watching these little notches and kinks that develop. Sometimes you can get these areas of spin, and that is where we get brief spin-up tornadoes. So we are watching that potential, and just something to be aware of. That is why they have the tornado possible tag on this warning. It does look like we got a new flood warning coming in now. This is going to be for portions of Muskegon, um, Oceana, and Newaygo counties. This is a new flood warning that has been issued due to the excessive rainfall that has already been falling in this area. We are expecting flooding again to be an issue tonight as well, in addition to our severe weather. So, again, there's also watching other cells. These are the cells out ahead of the line over Lake Michigan towards Holland. We are watching these cells that develop ahead of the line. Again, with the environment in place, especially the shear and instability, if they can get going, we could get a little bit more of a hail threat with these particular storms, along the tornado threat and damaging wind threat, more of an all hazards threat, especially with these prefrontals and the line as it continues to come on shore. So we're also watching other storms. These are currently not severe, stretching from roughly the Pearson, Sand Lake area towards Cedar Springs, Rockford, down towards Virginius Township. These are not heading towards the Greenville area over the next few minutes. These are not currently severe, but we are watching them as they also lift off to the east, maybe a little bit more northeasterly direction. But our main concern is this severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for Muskegon, Ottawa, and southwestern Newaygo counties until 10:45 p.m. Again, this is primarily for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and hail up to penny size in diameter, but we are also carrying a tornado possible tag on these storms for the potential of brief spin-up tornadoes. We're not seeing an obvious signal of that where a tornado warning would be required at the moment, but just be aware of that potential as well as these storms move on shore. We'll do another storm track. We'll go to velocity before I do that. And again, take a look at our velocities. You can see these brighter greens. That is high winds of roughly, we're still seeing 60 to 70 mile per hour velocities being indicated. Given this is several thousand feet up, approaching 5,000 feet from the Grand Rapids radar. But still, I could easily see 50 to 60 mile per hour winds coming down to the surface, especially as these move on shore. So again, we are watching these storms as they move to the east. We'll go ahead and do a couple of storm tracks. We'll track this out towards a rotation marker first. Take that off to the east. Around 50 miles per hour. That's going to be approaching the Whitehall area. This is the area of highest winds. That will be moving in within the next 15 minutes, but you should be heading indoors right now. Dalton in the next 22 minutes. Twin Lake in the next 27 minutes. Holton in the next 33 minutes. Bridgeton area in the next 41 minutes. Fremont in 42 minutes. Ashland in 49 minutes. The Newaygo area in the next 50 minutes or so, and the Casnovia area also in the next 52 minutes or so. I'll go ahead and clear this storm track, move the map down. We'll do another one for this portion of the line near Muskegon. Take that off to the east at around 50 miles per hour. That's going to take it towards the Norton Shores area in the next 24 minutes, the Muskegon area in the next 25 minutes or so, the Moreland area in the next 41 minutes, Ashland again in 52 minutes, Casnovia as well in the next 53 minutes or so for that portion, and eventually Sparta and Kent and northwestern portions of Kent County, generally in the next 58 minutes, approaching an hour or so. So that's an early heads up for Kent County, especially the northwestern and northern portions of the county. We'll be watching this segment of the line as it comes to the east as well over the next hour. Quick, there we go. We'll do one more for this section of the line. Again, primarily straight line wind issues with this for the moment, I believe. Take that off to the east at around 50 miles an hour. That's going to put it into the Ferrysburg area next 32 minutes or so. So generally the next half hour. Coopersville in the next 50 minutes or so. and Walker generally again within the next hour. And I'll be more moving into western portions of Kent County with time as well, generally over the next hour. This is going to be for the Boeing segment, which, at least to me, is the strongest storms that are carrying the most severe threat in the short term. Is this Boeing segment as it moves to the east and heads on shore within the next several minutes. Whitehall, it is right on your doorstep. Same goes with Muskegon. And it will also be heading towards the Ferrisburg, Port Sheldon, and eventually Holland areas as well. Although Holland, we are also watching this cell that has formed ahead of the line as well. Nothing imminently severe with that, I don't think. Not seeing anything imminent in terms of severe with that. Just a heavy rainfall maker and some lightning strikes, but we'll be watching that as well as that moves on shore. Again, over to so again, we do only have one active severe thunderstorm warning.
Catching up to you guys. What's your
And this is for Muskegon, Newaygo, and Ottawa counties. For Newaygo County, this is mainly the southwestern portion of the county. And again, this is for 60 mile per hour wind gusts primarily, but we are also watching some potential for brief spin up tornadoes. There's the tornado possible tag on this warning as it moves off to the east, as these storms move off to the east and onshore as well. Again, we are also have a flood warning in effect for portions of this is going to be Oceana County, Newaygo, and Muskegon counties. From Muskegon up towards the Hart area, over towards the Fremont area, White Cloud, some of the areas in this normal flood warning, excuse me. This is just for excessive rainfall, producing areas of flooding, because again, the ground's already saturated, and it's not going to take much away in the rainfall, especially in a short period of time, again, to cause flooding issues. So, again, our main concern right now in terms of severe weather, at least for the moment, is going to be this Boeing segment moving onshore into the Whitehall area within the next several minutes. Also towards Muskegon, especially Norton Shores, Dalton, Twin Lake. Is this Boeing segment of the line that has the greatest severe weather potential in the short term, mainly damaging straight line winds. But again, as I go back to our velocity product, we will be watching, especially along the leading edge of this line. You can get, we may get occasional spin ups as well, hence the tornado possible tag. We're not seeing anything imminent in terms of that, but we will be watching it as these storms move across the area. I'm seeing several people asking about specific locations. Once again, if I am not calling out your location, you're not in imminent danger from severe weather, because especially when we start getting warnings in effect, and as we progress through the evening, we will probably have multiple storms to cover that I will have to juggle in terms of severity. I cannot go around the map trying to highlight specific locations. I am.
We're gonna be going back north towards Alpine, actually. Thinking about the Walmart area, honestly, right now.
And again, I'm not trying to be mean by not responding to the location comments, but as we get in throughout the evening, that ability is going to drop quickly when I have to cover multiple warnings and bounce around between those. So again, if you're not if I'm not calling out your location specifically, you're not in imminent severe weather danger at this time. But again, if you're just joining us here, I am Jacob Melton. We also have our chasers out in the field. We have Riley, Jonah, I believe Owen, and Alex as well out in the field with us this evening as these storms continue to move to the east, as off of Lake Michigan and onshore, mainly with a straight line wind threat right now. that has prompted this severe thunderstorm warning for Muskegon, southwestern Newaygo County, and all of Ottawa counties as well. So pretty much along the Lake Michigan shoreline from Holland up towards Whitehall, east towards the Newaygo area, towards Walker and Hudsonville area as well. Again, our primary concern with this for the moment is damaging straight line wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. But there's also the concern of penny-sized hail potentially, which is below severe limits, but still something to note. And we do also again have the tornado possible tag, as with especially the amount of shear overhead and low-level shear, it may not take a whole lot for these to spin up and produce a brief tornado. In addition to the severe thunderstorm warning, we are also watching this flood warning in this green polygon. This is from Muskegon, most of Muskegon County, most of Newaygo County, and the southern half of, that's going to be Oceana County. That is mainly for excessive rainfall producing areas of flooding. In addition to these storms, these are not severe at the moment, but they could be carrying the potential for smaller hail and gusty winds as well. Again, below severe limits, but we are watching them as well in the short term. In fact, we can go to these, take a look at velocities, and just 1 second. And again, we're not seeing a whole lot concerning right now. Maybe some gustier winds over the Newaygo area, and again towards Howard City, the Pearson area, Lakeview. Maybe some gustier winds, and nothing imminently severe, I don't think. Maybe a little bit. Maybe some spin near the Howard City area, but nothing imminently concerning there, I don't think. But our main concern is going to be this Boeing segment of the line that is moving onshore towards the Whitehall area. Pretty much right about now, things will start to be picking up there. And that will be also moving onshore towards the Norton Shores, the Dalton area, Muskegon, down towards Ferrysburg, along with the Port Sheldon area, and eventually Holland as well. So again, our main concern with this is straight line winds as these move on shore, up to 60 miles per hour. Again, Blake, I see your comment about cold water. If you're not in any imminent danger at the moment, that could change later this evening as we come through the evening.
Heads up, I'm going to call it. I'm going to head home and I'll hop online and I'll advise.
But again, right now, Blake, just remember, if I'm not calling out your location, you are not in any imminent danger. So, but I'll let you know if that changes. Again, we are watching. This is kind of the thing we're talking about near the Rothbury and Whitehall area. When I mentioned those notches that could start to rotate a little bit, we may be seeing that a little bit, maybe towards the Rothbury and Whitehall areas. Not imminently concerning, but we are watching it as it moves to the east as well. So we'll go back to our radar product, go back to reflectivity, just take a general look at that. Again, we are watching our main concern right now in terms of severe weather is this Boeing segment of the line that is moving onshore near the Whitehall and Muskegon areas especially. We are also watching other storms that are strong but currently not severe, stretching from the Belding area over towards Lakeview, Big Rapids for the White Cloud area, and also Hesperia through Shelby Township, Hart. And again, these are not severe. These could be small hail and heavy rainfall makers and some gusty winds, but these are not currently severe. We are also watching these cells out ahead of the line towards the Holland and Port Sheldon area, and also another one over the lake. And these are have a little bit of a curious shape to them. Let me go to storm relative. Actually, we could be seeing a little bit of weak rotation, maybe. With this one offshore west of Douglas. They do have a little bit of rotation associated with them. Maybe a tiny bit with this one west of Port Sheldon as well. Not imminently concerning, but we will be watching those as well. And we'll have to see how far they can stay out ahead before they potentially get absorbed by the line or something of that nature. But we're going to go back watching our straight line wind threat, which we have moving on shore now near the Whitehall area. And again, moving right towards the US 31 corridor there. If you're near the Michelinda area or Wapaningo area as well, the White Lake area, it's moving onshore right now, these gusty winds. It'll be heading towards the Dalton, North Muskegon areas, Twin Lake, and Holton is where we are watching as well for the potential damaging straight line winds. Mainly at this time, we're not seeing an imminent tornado signal, but that could change from time to time throughout the evening, which is why we have the tornado watch, especially with the strong winds over our heads and low level wind shear. We could still have the potential for a few spin ups throughout the evening. But our main concern continues to be damaging wind gusts, potentially between 60 and 75 miles per hour. How do you think Ithaca will be affected? Ithaca, we are in the tornado watch, so we will be watching for again, as I was just highlighting, mainly a damaging wind threat, but we are also watching for some hail and maybe a spin-up tornado threat as well as these storms continue to move off to the east. Timing, in case anyone is wondering about that, will mainly be between now and the tornado watch does go until 4 a.m., but I do think by around 2, 3, 4 o'clock at the latest, I do think we'll be able to kind of have things settle down, because we do expect these storms to begin to weaken with time as they move through the state as well. Just with as we head into the overnight hours, the conditions will slowly not become necessarily the best for severe weather. Things will start to get more stable. They'll kind of begin to reduce the severe weather threat throughout the night, especially with eastward extent. But we'll be watching it, south and eastward extent, I should say. But we'll be watching it throughout the night nonetheless. So, again, how about Belding? We are not, again, Belding, I know it's storming there, but unless I am calling out your location, you're not in imminent danger at the moment. I know it's storming there, but these are not necessarily severe, at least for the moment. Our main concern, I do think right now, is going to be this Boeing segment as it continues to move onshore. It is moving onshore at Whitehall right now, heading into the Dalton area, heading into Twin Lake. We'll be heading into the Norton Shore area over the next several minutes as well. And that is going to be mainly a straight line wind threat. We do have another one of those rotation markers. We'll take a look at that. Take a look at storm relative. Not really imminently a tornado concern. Maybe some weaker rotation near the Dalton and Wakewood Club areas. But I do think right now this is more of a straight line wind threat. But we will be watching this as it continues into the as it continues off to the east. Evan saying, can I turn into a Skywarn net in Ottawa? I have not seen anything regarding that yet, but I'm not able to confirm that at the moment for you, Kevin. But Aaron is asking, how is the cold front interacting with the movement of this? If the cold front dives south, will the storms try to ride eastward to suck in warm air? Well, that is something we are watching. What we are watching is these storms will kind of try to tend the line right along the front, which, in just a second, I might have to do some meso analysis. Before we do that, I'm going to need to actually take a look. Couple cells that are showing some interest. We are watching this cell, particularly near the Greenville area. I am seeing some elevated severe weather probabilities with it. This is not a severe storm right now. I think the main concern of it, let me go to hail tracker real quick. But yes, to answer your question, that is basically how it's going. It's going to suck in these storms. We'll ride off the fuel. It'll kind of ride the instability gradient, I think, which I pulled up the earlier SPC discussion. I could try and illustrate. Talk about that. Just 1 second. It does look like I'm just kind of outline it. Our front, there is kind of this warm front type deal. This out so I can get towards my drawing tool. I should color it red. And it was something like this, stretching from something like that. Oops, I'm going to do that. Try that again. Something like that. This is according to the mesoscale discussion. Southwest of this line is really where the best ingredients are. Let me draw that one more time. Something like that, yes. Come on. Sorry, just having a little technical issue with the tool. There we go. We'll go with that. Southwest of that line is really where the best ingredients, I think, for severe weather generally is. However, north of there, you can still get isolated severe weather, but I think the bulk of our severe weather this evening is going to remain along and southwest of this line. So, again, we'll be watching to the north as well, just in case. But yeah, so kind of interact with this front, and we'll kind of generally start to take a southeasterly turn a little bit, at least I think, with time as we head throughout the evening as well. Again, what we're watching here and why we are on the air is this severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for Ottawa, Muskegon, and southwestern Newaygo counties. This is mainly for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and we also have the potential for penny-sized hail, and we do continue with the tornado possible tag as it moves off to the east. Still showing that little rotation marker, so we'll take a look at velocities again. Again, our main threat continues to be straight line winds. In fact, radar is still indicating 60 to 70 mile per hour velocities and approaching the Dalton, heading into North Muskegon, into the Muskegon area. This is a couple thousand feet up, but I do think at least 50 to 60 mile per hour winds could be potentially making it down to the surface. As these storms continue to move on shore, I am already starting to show as these move on shore. We will be watching power outage potential as well. I am monitoring that behind the scenes. That can help us confirm whether the winds are reaching it down to the surface. And also, if you are watching, if you have any reports to pass along to us, feel free to let us know. You can let us know in chat what's going on. And you can also go to our website at www.westmichiganweather.net. We have a place there where you could submit any storm or damage reports or anything like that. Again, we do want you to be safe if you're submitting storm reports. I don't want you going out in the middle of the storm unless you're trained to do, unless you're a trained spotter. I don't need you going out into the middle of the storm, trying to get wind gust report or anything like that. I want you to be safe. I'd rather see a damage report after the fact than have you in danger in the middle of the storm trying to get a storm report to us. But if you have some storm reports or damage report to share with us, please do let us know. It's greatly appreciated as we head throughout the evening. But again, we're still watching a straight line winds. I'm taking a look. Storm relative. Maybe some weak areas of rotation within this line. I'm not seeing anything other than maybe this near the North Muskegon area, near US 31. That's sticking out just a little bit to me. I'll be heading towards the Wolf Lake and Muskegon State Game area. That is kind of sticking out just a little bit to me. So we'll be watching that in the short term if that does try and spin something up. But again, our primary concern of these storms as they continue to move onshore is going to be gusty, damaging straight line winds up to 60 miles per hour. Kevin, FYI for ham radio operators, Ottawa County is running a Skywarn net. Thank you for that, Kevin. Greatly appreciate that note. Thanks for letting us know that. But again, if you're just joining us here, we are live for severe weather coverage this evening as this line of strong to severe thunderstorms begin to move into the West Michigan area. This has prompted again the severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for southwestern Newaygo County and also all of Muskegon and Ottawa counties. This severe thunderstorm warning does go for the next hour or so, a little less than an hour. It expires at 10:45. And this is for this line of bow echo as it moves onshore, moving to the east as that heads onshore. This our main concern of this continues to be damaging straight line winds. Also, he's watching these little notches out ahead of it as well for the potential spin up tornadoes. Future radars keep changing every time I look. Is the big cell coming towards GR getting stronger or weaker as it's getting closer? If we talk about this cell, we are watching it. However, with time, this will get absorbed into the line. But as for our main line, that will be approaching the Grand Rapids area as well, probably within the next hour. So I see the cell you're talking about near Port Sheldon. We're watching that, but I do think in relatively short order, this could be absorbed into the line. And that could enhance the severe weather potential as well when that happens. We'll have to be watching it. And Brittany, you're also saying the future radars keep changing every time I look. Those future radars on the apps, those future radars are model data effectively. So that's the model data changes every time that new model run comes in. So that's generally not the. I mean, they're good for a quick glance, but I wouldn't take it as you know, it's actually truthfully 100% going to happen. Jeff is saying a lot of thunder and lightning around the Vesterberg area. That makes a lot of sense. We are watching this stronger storm as well across Montcalm County. It's not currently severe, but we are watching it. In fact, I'm going to go take a look at this. We may be seeing, take a look near the Greenville area. Maybe a little bit of rotation in there. Not something that imminently screams tornado to me, but we are going to be watching that in the short term as well near the Greenville area. Maybe a little bit of rotation trying to develop. Not imminently concerning to me, but we are watching it. As that storm continues to lift off to the east and northeast, I do hear the thunder actually starting to pick up here in Gratiot County as well. The storm's not currently severe, but we are watching it. Our severe storms continue to be in Muskegon, Newaygo, and Ottawa counties, where we continue with the severe thunderstorm warning for the next hour or so. In fact, I think we got a new update coming in for it. It's just a continuation of the severe thunderstorm warning for Muskegon, Newaygo, and Ottawa counties. Still goes until 10:45. Our primary hazard continues to be 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We also continue with penny-sized hail and the tornado possible tag as these storms continue to move off to the east. So again, our primary threat with this continues to be 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and we are watching for signs of rotation from time to time as well. And it looks like we got a tornado warning coming in now for, this is going to be for Muskegon and Newaygo counties. We have a tornado warning coming in right now. So if you are in this red polygon that just popped up, I need you to be taking your tornado precautions right now. With that, I mean, you're going to want to be in if you have a basement, you should be heading there right now. If you don't got a basement, you want to be in that small interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Preferably put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. But we do have a tornado warning coming in now until 10:30. This is going to be for portions of Muskegon and Newaygo County. At 9:54 p.m., this is from the National Weather Service. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes. An extensive straight-line wind damage were located 8 miles to the northeast of Muskegon, moving off to the east at 50 miles per hour. So if you are in the Wolf Lake area, if you're near the Muskegon State Game area, Moreland, Ashland, Brant, Bridgeton, Newaygo, Twin Lake, if you're near the Muskegon State Game area, I need you to be heading to shelter right now. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in. I will go over that for just a minute for Gratiot and Montcalm counties. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. That also has a tornado possible tag on it. But focusing on this tornado warning for Muskegon and Newaygo counties until 10:45 p.m. We'll go to our velocity product and take a look at what we're looking at. I do believe it's going to be near the Wolf Lake area where we are seeing our potential spin up. We'll go to our storm relative velocity to confirm that. And I do agree that is going to be our area of concern, near the Wolf Lake area, near the M46, and also Hall Road, MacArthur Road. If you're near the Oak Ridge High School area, that is where we're seeing this rotation, along with Sunset Beach and Wolf Lake. We are seeing this potential rotation. This could be a brief spin-up tornado that may be trying to get going here. Newest scan coming in is now going to be for, now has it near Apple Avenue or M46, Hall Road. This is going to be South Maple Island Road as well. And also, this is where we're watching this rotation. I'm going to go to our debris tracker real quick. Got the other header was on. We're not seeing any imminent signs of tornado debris, but that is something we will be watching as well. And even if this is not producing a tornado, it is likely producing damaging straight line winds. And the good way to remember it is wind is wind. It does not matter if it's rotating or straight line. It could still do damage either way. So if you are in this tornado warning, I need you to be taking cover right now. In the meantime, though, I'm going to go to our severe thunderstorm warning that has come in. This is going to be with this cell here that has gotten organized near the Greenville, Sidney, Stanton areas. This is primarily, again, for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but it does also have the tornado possible tag on it. And we'll go to our rotation We are watching some broad signals of rotation near the Greenville and Sydney areas. Nothing imminently tornadic. I'll go to our debris tracker. I'm not seeing much of anything. But we are going to be watching this storm as well, as it is out on its own ahead of the line. And you can see how it's starting to kind of get a little bit of a hook shape to it, just with the shear overhead. And this is also closer to the warm front. So that is something we are watching as well. So near the Greenville area, we are monitoring signs of rotation. And if that continues to ramp up, a tornado warning may eventually be required for Montcalm and most likely portions of Gratiot County. But if you're in the Greenville, Sydney, Stanton, McBride, Sheridan areas, also Crystal, Sumner, Alma, St. Louis, Ithaca, Newark, North Star, Carson City, and Perrington, you are in this severe thunderstorm warning. You should be heading inside to that sturdy structure right now, and I would be nearby ready to take shelter if a tornado warning is eventually required. So if you're just joining us here, we have multiple severe and a tornado warnings in effect across West Michigan as these strong, the severe thunderstorms continue to move onshore, move across West Michigan, and these will be here for the next few hours. Again, our primary concern is with this tornado warning that is in effect for portions of Muskegon and Newaygo counties. This is going to be in this red polygon here that goes until 10:45 p.m. This is still radar indicated. I do not have confirmation of a tornado, but we are watching this rotation here near the Wolf Lake area, near the Muskegon County wastewater treatment facility. That is where we're seeing this rotation, and that's where we'll be watching the short term for a potential tornado. We'll go to our debris tracker. Again, I'm not seeing indications of there being a tornado on the ground right now, but that could change pretty much in between radar scans. In fact, we got a new velocity scan here. Our area of interest is now going to be near the Moreland area, near Evanston Avenue and Maple Island Road. M46 there. It's going to be heading into the Moreland area. It is near or just south of the Muskegon County wastewater treatment facility. I mean, it's still there, but it's not as notable as it was in the last couple of scans. It's still there, though. And that's going to be the theme of these rotations today. They're not going to be the long track, strong, violent tornadoes or anything like that. We do have the chance of an isolated strong tornado just with the wind shear overhead. But I do think most of these tornadoes are going to be debris, weak, spin-up type of deals. And it looks like we got a new tornado warning coming in now. This is going to be for southeastern Muskegon and also northeastern Ottawa County. This is a new tornado warning that is coming in here. This is going to go until 10:30 p.m. This is for the Sullivan, Moreland, the Ravenna area, Casnovia, Wright. Areas north of Coopersville proper, you are in this tornado warning. Coopersville proper, you are not. But there's probably areas to the north of there that have Coopersville addresses. You are in this tornado warning as well. That is going to go, and also the Harrisburg and Conklin communities as well. You are in this tornado warning that is in effect until 10:30 p.m. At 10:01 p.m., severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage were located near the Ravenna area or 12 miles east of Muskegon, moving to the east at 45 miles per hour. So we'll go ahead and do storm track from the rotation. Give me just 1 second. Again, if you're on any of these red polygons here, let me adjust the map a little bit more so we can get those. If you're in both of these red polygons here, you need to be seeking your tornado precautions right now. That is going to be your basement if you've got one. If you don't got a basement, you need to be heading towards your small interior room on the lowest floor of a building. And you want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And also, if you can, you also want to put, if you got like a bike helmet or a football helmet, or a bike helmet, or even as last resort, a metal cooking pot. It's just something to protect your head and neck from potential flying debris, just in case we do have that happen. Looks like we do got a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in for Kent County as well. We'll go over that momentarily. But taking a look at tracking off our rotation near our rotation, that's going to take it into the moorland area in the next 4 minutes. But do not wait. You need to be in shelter right now. In fact, UScan coming in takes it into moorland right now. The Slocum area in 9 minutes, Casnovia in 17 minutes. And this is also going to be a heads up for northern Kent County, Kent City in the next 19 minutes, the Rogue River State Game area in 25 minutes, and Solon Center in the next 28 minutes. This is going to be for our potential tornadic circulation, which we are watching near the moorland area is where I'm seeing the best interest of potential brief spin-up tornado. I do not have any confirmation of a tornado on the ground, but we are watching for that, and that could spin up at a moment's notice. So you need to be taking these tornado warnings seriously. You need to be taking cover right now. We are watching potentially a secondary area of circulation north of the moorland area, kind of near Ravenna Road and Bailey Road is where I'm seeing that. Maybe a secondary area of rotation, but even these are not producing tornadoes. What these are producing is damaging straight line winds. Going to our new severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for all of Kent County. This severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for going until 11 p.m. this evening for the potential of 60 mile per hour wind gusts and also penny-sized hail. We also do continue with the tornado possible tag. They are making an adjustment to that northern tornado warning. If you're in Newaygo County, this is the southwestern portions of Newaygo County, you have been dropped from the tornado warning. It is just for a small section of southeastern Muskegon County. That's also with the just north of the southern tornado warning is where we're watching that. Severe squall line capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage are located near Ravenna, or 13 miles east of Muskegon, moving east at 40 miles per hour. But to our severe thunderstorm warning, again for Kent County, this is going to be for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail, and also the tornado possible tag, where these storms having tornado warnings associated with them. It does not take much for them potentially produce a brief spin-up tornado. We are also watching this prefrontal cell in Montcalm County. It is starting to get a little bit of that look to it near the Sheridan and Greenville area. I'm going to go to velocity on that. We are still watching some signs of rotation in there. Nothing imminently suggesting a tornado threat to me as of right now, but that could change again at a moment's notice. So, again, you can see how it's kind of hooking around there near the Sheridan area. That is something we have to watch as these storms continue to move to the east. So if you're near Sheridan, Stanton, Bristol, Sumner, Carson City, in fact, let me track it off to the east from the potential rotation. Give me just a second. It's going to be from the potential rotation, take it off to the east. They're on 40 miles per hour. Oh, give me just a second to redraw that. We do have a new scan coming in. That's going to take it towards the Crystal area in the next 13 minutes, the Sumner area in the next 22 minutes, the Newark area in the next 28 minutes, the Alma area in the next 36 minutes, Ithaca also in the next 36 minutes, North Star in 41 minutes, and eventually the Wheeler area, if this holds together, in the next 52 minutes. Again, we are watching this storm very closely as well. In fact, let me zoom in a little bit tighter. We are still watching some signs of some rotation in that storm, or at the very least, damaging straight line winds. But our main focus right now is on our tornado warnings across Muskegon and the southeastern Muskegon and northeastern Ottawa counties. These tornado warnings go through until 10:30 p.m. That is the expiration for both of these tornado warnings. And again, take a look at velocity. I'm not really seeing, at least at this time, I'm not seeing a definitive area of a tornadic circulation, maybe near the Ravenna area, but this is looking, at least to me right now, more of damaging straight line winds. But wind is wind, guys. It could still produce damage whether it's straight line or rotating. So you need to be taking these storms seriously. You need to be taking your tornado precautions if in the severe thunderstorm warning. Or tornado warnings as well, I should say. Tornado warnings. We also do still have severe thunderstorm warnings for the following counties: Muskegon, Newaygo, Ottawa, Kent, Montcalm, and Gratiot County. We have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, and all of these warnings have the tornado possible tag on them as well. So again, this is just a complex of strong to severe thunderstorms continuing to move to the east. We are watching a couple of prefrontals, including one in Montcalm County that is starting a little bit of that look to it. Let me look at velocity again on it. Again, I'm not seeing. All right, we got a tornado warning coming in from Montcalm County. This is going to be a new tornado warning for portions of Montcalm County. This is going to include the Sidney, Stanton, Sheridan, Crystal, and Vestaburg area, and also near Sumner and Carson City as well. This is a new tornado warning coming in until 10:45. At 10:09 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near the Stanton area and moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. And this is also has the potential for ping pong ball size hail with this warning as well. This warning also has the potential of a little bit larger hail as well. So if you are in this tornado warning at any of the locations I just called out moments ago, you need to be taking your tornado shelter precautions as well. And Gratiot County, you're not in the tornado warning right now, but if this storm does hold together and keep rotating, tornado warning may eventually be required for Gratiot County as well. So again, if you are in this tornado warning, along with the tornado warnings in Muskegon and Ottawa County, I need you to be taking shelter right now. And in fact, if you're in the severe thunderstorm warnings, just with the tornado possible tag, these could spin up something at a moment's notice with the amount of low-level shear in place. So I need you to be considered just being on the safe side. Just take shelter as well. Consider taking tornado precautions just to be on the safe side. Again, if you're on any of these severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings, take these warnings seriously. So, Wolf Lake, yes, you are not in the tornado warning polygon, so you can go ahead and come out of shelter in the Wolf Lake area. You're still in heavy rain and lightning, so definitely remain indoors, but you are clear from the tornado threat at this point in the Wolf Lake area. Our main focus at this point is going to be the southeastern corner of Muskegon County and northeastern Ottawa County. A little velocity on this real quick. I am monitoring maybe another area of spin near the Conklin area. Could be another area, little area of spin that could potentially produce a brief spin up. Taking a look at the Bree tracker, I'm not seeing a definitive signal, but that is something we are watching in the short term. Going east to our other tornado warning, we'll do the same thing. Go to our velocity product. I am not, other than our area of rotation we are watching is near the Sheridan area. If I had to pick out an area in particular, it's going to be near the Sheridan area. I'm not seeing a tight, really tornadic couplet at this time, but it will not take much for it to potentially tighten up. So you need to be in shelter right now if you're in the Stanton, Sidney, Sheridan, Crystal, McBride, Vestaburg, and the north and areas in Carson City as well, especially the north side of Carson City. You need to be taking your tornado precautions at this point as well. This is for a rotating storm near the Sheridan area. I do not have confirmation of a tornado on the ground right now, but that could change at a moment's notice. What you saw near Stanton, that is hail being indicated on radar. We can also go to our hail tracker. Give me just 1 second to get that loaded up. And we are seeing a definite indication of a large hail of this storm near the Stanton area. This is warned for up to ping pong ball size diameter hail with this attached to this tornado warning as well. So again, we need to be taking this storm seriously. We need to be taking shelter if in this portion of Montcalm County. We're getting a new scan coming in. I do want to see, and I am getting a little bit more concerned about this signature east of Sheridan and Kings Corner. That is going to be near Sydney Road, north of Condensary Road, I think that is. Condensary Road. Vickeryville Road is where I'm seeing this, just northwest of the Vickeryville there. We're seeing a little bit of a tightening of the rotation. We'll go to our debris tracker. I still don't see really an imminent signal of a tornado on the ground, but that could change at a moment's notice. So we need to be taking tornado precautions if in the warning area. Sirens going off in Jenison. So thank you, Karen, for that. Do not believe. So Jenison, you are not. I do not believe you're in the tornado warning itself. Jenison is not in the tornado warning. I do not believe. So what's probably happening with that in the Jenison area? You are not in the tornado warning. It is far northeastern corner of the county. But it is possible that it is a county-wide system. So it would sound for the entire county regardless if even a little corner of the county is in it. But Jenison proper, you are not in the tornado warning right now. Siren and Spring Lake. And again, we do not control the sirens, and neither does the National Weather Service. That is up to individual municipalities. So sometimes they sound even if they're not in a tornado warning. That's just how it goes sometimes. But we appreciate those reports, though, nonetheless. We are monitoring another potential area, maybe a little bit of rotation near the Trufant area. East of Sand Lake there, we're watching maybe another signal of rotation. It is tripping the algorithms there. That doesn't necessarily mean there's anything on the ground. It is probably gusty straight line winds at the very least. But we are watching these little spin-ups from time to time that could produce a brief spin-up tornado. We have a new flood warning coming in from Mecosta and Montcalm counties as well. With these storms producing a lot of heavy rain in a short period of time. So, again, new flood warning for Montcalm, flood warning, for Montcalm and Mecosta County. That is in addition to the one in effect for Oceana, Newaygo, and Muskegon counties. And that is for, again, it's just very heavy rainfall in a short period of time in an area that doesn't really need it. So, if you are just joining us here, we are continuing our live coverage. We do have several severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings in effect right now across mainly areas along and north of I-96 as well right now. Areas south of I-96, I do expect activity to pick up throughout the evening. I know it's been relatively quiet there south of I-96, but that will begin to change over the next few hours as these storms work their way through. But we're going to go to our first tornado warning. Is this storm near the Stanton and Sheridan areas? We're going to go to our velocity product. Our rotation is going to be northeast of the Sheridan area, southwest of the Crystal area, near Sydney Road is where I'm seeing this. Howland Lake Road is another road that's near this potential tornadic circulation. I'm going to go to our debris tracker. I am not seeing an imminent tornado on the ground signal, but one could touch down at any moment. I'm going to go ahead and animate this in an attempt to get a storm track going. This is being carried off to the northeast at around 30 to 35 miles per hour. It's going to take it into Crystal in the next 11 minutes. The Sumner area in the next 21 minutes. The Gratiot Community Airport area in 33 minutes. And Alma eventually in the next 38 minutes. And Ithaca, you are not in the cone, but also in the next 35 to 40 minutes. You are close enough. I need you to be paying attention to as well. And if this, depending on how this tracks, if this does hold together, I may eventually have to take cover. We do have plans for that if that does have to come to fruition, but we'll deal with that when the time comes. But we are watching this rotation near the Crystal area. That will be where we'll be heading towards in the short term. Sirens in Zealand. I do want to pass along a note. Muskegon County, you have been dropped from the tornado warnings. They have dropped the northern tornado warning entirely. So for areas like Casanova, Ravenna, it's still very windy probably. It's still very heavy rainfall, frequent lightning and all that. But the tornado danger is likely over, at least with this particular storm. We do have this little tornado warning that does remain in effect for the far north, for a small northeastern section of Ottawa County that does continue for the next 10 minutes. I'm going to look at velocity there, and this is mainly straight line wind to me at this point. I'm not really seeing a definitive tornado signal, so this is going to be mainly damaging straight line winds. But remember, wind is wind, and it can still produce damage even if it's not rotating, if it's straight line. Again, remember, wind is wind. So you need to be taking cover right now if in this tornado warning, or really in the severe thunderstorm warnings as well. Just with the spin we're seeing from time to time, I would kind of consider just erring on the side of caution and taking cover even if you're not in a tornado warning. Just with the very gusty winds coming through with these storms as well. All right, taking a look at our other tornado warning, we are still monitoring our rotation near the Crystal area. That will be moving off. It's continuing to move off to the east and northeast, and could produce a tornado at a moment's notice. And depending on how this holds, a tornado warning may eventually be required for Gratiot County as well. We are monitoring another area of interest near the Vickeryville and Butternut areas. This is going to be northwest of Carson City. We are monitoring another area of interest. It does look more like straight line wind to me at this point, but we are going to be monitoring for the potential of a spin-up tornado there as well, or at the very least, gusty to damaging straight line winds. They are updating our tornado warning. It still remains in effect for the next 23 minutes. If you are in the Sheridan area, you are all clear from this tornado potential. Again, our primary area of focus right now is heading into the Crystal area right now, where we're seeing our potential rotation that could spin up into a tornado. So if you're in Carson City, especially the north side of Carson City, you're still in it. Vickeryville, Butternut, the Butternut community there. And again, our main community of concern is Crystal, as this potential tornadic circulation continues to move off to the northeast. We still do not, I'm going to take a look at the debris tracker. What is that actually? Okay, that's not in the, all right, hold on. I'm seeing maybe a little bit of an area of interest there. In the Butternut area. Let me check that. Okay, that is in the not in the highest reflectivity. Okay, we just have to check that because sometimes that could be a tornado debris, but we're not seeing. It's not definitive enough for me. I want to see another scan. Okay, actually, it disappeared in the latest scan anyway. Okay, so we're still monitoring this rotating storm near the Crystal area near Carson City as that lifts off to the east and northeast. They are expiring the tornado warning for Ottawa County. So for Ottawa County, that small section near the right area that was in the tornado warning, they are allowing this to expire. So there is no active tornado warnings, at least for the moment, in this area. Our radar system is highlighting an area of interest near the Walker and the Marnie area, Kidney as well. Right along I-96 there, our radar system is highlighting an area of interest. I do think it's mainly straight line wind at this point, but we will be watching that as well. We do got a new mesoscale discussion coming in. They are issuing a special mesoscale discussion. This is going to be for this signature near the Crystal area. I believe this is for the storm near the central and the southern lower Michigan. That's going to be for this storm near the Crystal area. Aside from damaging winds and isolated large hail, and discrete storms near the warm front will pose the greatest tornado risk if they can intensify. Discrete convection has been noted ahead of the linear segments moving southeastward off of Lake Michigan, given their proximity to the warm front and the large SRH on the Grand Rapids radar vertical wind profile over 400 0 to 1 kilometer shear. That's quite a bit. These storms will pose the greatest risk for tornadoes should they intensify. A strong tornado is within this environment. So this is concerning this storm near the Crystal area especially. We are concerned about a little bit more concerned about the potential of a strong tornado if it can continue to develop. So if you are in the Crystal area, you need to be seeking shelter right now. This storm's starting to get a little bit more of a concerning look to it. It is also triggering our algorithms and has the potential to produce a tornado. So if you are near the Crystal area right now, you need to be taking cover. And this is a heads up for Gratiot County. I do believe a tornado warning is eventually going to be required as well. So if you are near the Crystal area, Carson City, and also in the Gratiot County, Sumner, Newark, Perryton, the Ithaca area as well, we have an increasing tornado concern with this storm as it continues to move off to the east. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and do an early notification just in case I have to go to shelter myself in Ithaca. So give me just 1 second, guys, while I handle that. Just taking a look behind the scenes. Hey Jonah, this is Jacob. I just wanted to give you an early heads up. I am seeing some concerning signs with this storm near the Crystal area in southeastern Montcalm County that is getting ready to move into portions of Gratiot County. If this holds together, it is possible I may need to head in to take my shelter precautions here, and I will probably need to dump out to your guys' feed. I just wanted to give you guys an early heads up in case I do have to do that.
Let us know and take care of yourself first. That's the main priority.
So again, taking a look at our rotation, we are seeing increasing rotation near the Crystal area. I'm going to go to our debris tracker. I'm still not seeing tornado debris at the moment, but that could change at a moment's notice. So if you are in the Crystal area, you need to be taking cover right now. If you're heading towards the Sumner area, you need to be taking cover right now. You are not officially in a tornado warning, but this is a tightening rotation signature, and a tornado could drop at any minute. So you need to be taking cover right now in the Sumner area. So if you're near Sumner, Newark, Ithaca, and eventually Alma as well, you're not in official tornado warning yet, but that could be changing here momentarily as this storm continues to move off to the east. And we are seeing tightening rotation with the storm. It could produce a tornado at any moment. So, yeah, you need to be taking this storm seriously. You need to be taking cover. Again, we do continue with several severe thunderstorm warnings outside of the tornado warning. Our main concern with these storms at this point is going to be damaging straight line winds. But with the shear overhead, we do have to watch for the potential of brief spin up tornadoes, like our algorithm may be detecting some activity near the Walker area that just could be one of those little spin ups that I'm mentioning along the line. So again, if you are in any of these severe thunderstorm warnings, as a course of least regret, I would just kind of treat it as a tornado warning and take your tornado shelter precautions. Just take a look behind the scenes. Okay, so I'm going to take a look at this crystal cell from another radar. This is the Detroit radar. And again, we're still seeing a rotation there as well. Going back to the Grand Rapids radar, that has a better low-level look of it. And we're still showing some rotation over the crystal area as this storm continues to lift off to the east. So again, we do not have a tornado warning yet for Gratiot County, but if you are in Gratiot County, just be ready for that. And they are continuing the severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible tag, and for still for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but also hail up to ping pong ball size in diameter. So if you are in the severe thunderstorm warning, you need to be taking cover as well. Taking a look at our rotation again, we are seeing this broad but tightening rotation near the crystal area, moving off to the east. Now we'll be taking it into Gratiot County in relatively short order. So again, if you are near Carson City, Sumner, Newark as well, you're not officially in a warning yet. That's likely about to change here momentarily. You need to be taking cover. So again, taking a look at the Bree tracker. I do not have a tornado on the ground being indicated on radar. I have not seen any official reports, but we're going to need to be watching that over the next little bit as well, as this storm continues to move off to the east. We're going to do a storm track from the rotation off to the east. Then we'll take a look at some of our severe thunderstorm warnings. So, just to zoom on that again, just 1 second. Tracking that off to the east. It's going to take it into the Ithaca area in the next half hour. North Star in the next 35 minutes. Wheeler in the next 50 minutes or so if this does hold together. But if you are in mainly central portions of Gratiot County, it has my greatest concern with this storm. You need to be taking you need to consider taking tornado precautions. If you're in the Crystal area of Montcalm County, you need to be in shelter right now. So go back to our reflectivity and see, it's kind of just this mess that's kind of seems like there's a lot of mergers going on that could sometimes cause these things to spin up. And that is what I think we're seeing here. It's just kind of this mess of mergers kind of causing it to spin up a little bit. And it's also near the warm front, which is providing an additional focus of shear as well. So I will tell you, I am seeing quite a bit of lightning. Increasing lightning activity is a concern as well. So again, if you are in the Crystal area, you need to be taking cover right now. The circulation is overhead. It is a broad circulation, but it's definitely there, and it could tighten up at a moment's notice. Taking a look at our other severe thunderstorm warnings for Kent and Ottawa County. This is mainly damaging straight line wind potential. Like I am seeing an area of potential higher wind over Cedar Springs. Over towards the Walker area, our algorithm is detecting maybe a little bit of rotation there. This could be one of those brief spin ups along the line. And again, even in the severe thunderstorm warnings, just remember wind is wind. It does not matter if it's rotating or straight line, it could still do just as much damage. So, again, our rotation, continues to tighten near the crystal area. It's a little bit tighter again on this scan. Let me take a look at the debris tracker. Still nothing on the debris signatures, but it doesn't mean tornado cannot spin up at a moment's notice in this area. I do believe a tornado warning may need to be considered here. This tornado warning expires in the next 10 minutes. I do think a warning may eventually be coming down the wire for Gratiot County. We'll go to our hail tracker actually real quickly. And taking a look at that, I will say the hail signal has come down a little bit. We're not seeing the very large hail signals we were seeing before. But again, the concern of this is still some hail and mainly the tornado threat in the short term with our rotation over the Crystal area right now. Near Crystal Lake, Duck Lake, near Sydney Road, Colby Road, Smith Street, and the David R. Knoll Memorial Park. There's Mud Lake as well, but some of the areas near this rotation. Stanton, you're seeing some gustier winds. You're still in the severe thunderstorm warning, but you are mostly clear from the rotating part of this particular storm. It does look like. So, again, our primary concerns is going to be this storm near the Crystal area for a tornado potential in the short term. All right. Still keep an eye on this tornado warning for a small section of Montcalm County, mainly around the Crystal area. It does also Carson City, the north side of Carson City, especially heading north. You are still in this tornado warning as well. We are getting a new scan getting ready to come around, so we'll have to see what that looks like over the next several minutes. They are continuing the severe thunderstorm warning for Kent County. This is mainly going to be for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. There is also still the tornado possible tag on it, but the primary concern with that storm is going to be damaging straight-line winds. As we get a new scan coming around on our tornado warned storm, it'll be interesting to see what velocity looks like. As this storm continues to move off to the east. I will say rotation is not looking. Let's say there may be a new circulation, potentially trying to develop near the Newark area, but this is not looking quite as organized as it did earlier. It's still rotating, but it's not the organized rotation that we were looking at earlier with this storm. That is hopefully a good sign that maybe we might be able to cancel this tornado warning. They have not extended it into Gratiot County yet. And it does expire in 7 minutes. We will have to see what the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids decides to do. But if you're still monitoring this circulation near the Crystal area, I'll check the debris tracker. Who's that near Newark? Let me see that. Interesting, but don't think that's necessarily tornadic. But we are still seeing some signs of rotation in this storm, one near the Crystal area. We are watching this secondary area west of Newark near New Haven Center. As that moves off to the east, that is going to take it through maybe areas near and south of Ithaca especially. But yeah, we do not have a tornado warning for Gratiot County. But we're going to be watching that as well, just in case it does spin up a little bit tighter. We also still have the concern for ping pong ball size hail. But if I do pull up our hail tracker again, we're still seeing a signal, maybe some smaller hail potentially near the Sumner area. But it's not as high as it was earlier, which is hopefully some good news. So we're going to go back to our radar. So we still have this tornado warning for the next 6 minutes. We'll have to see what the National Weather Service decides to do as it's coming into Gratiot County, whether they extend it or not. But you're also watching this severe thunderstorm warning in Kent County and also Ottawa County. Our main concern with these storms is damaging straight line winds. We are not seeing, we are seeing power outages start to pop up in Kent County as well with these storms, and also adjacent portions of, we are seeing power outages start to pop up with these storms. So at the very least, they are producing gusty winds as they move off to the east, to the southeast and southeast. So as for the tornado warning, I do have some good news. They are going to let the tornado warning for Montcalm County expire for the Crystal area. They are going to let the tornado warning expire. The storm which prompted this warning has weakened below severe limits and no longer appears capable of producing a tornado. Therefore, the warning will be allowed to expire. However, large hail is still possible with this thunderstorm. A tornado watch remains in effect until 4 a.m. for central Michigan. Remember, a severe thunderstorm warning still remains in effect for Montcalm and Gratiot County. That severe thunderstorm warning does continue for the next 20 minutes or so for the potential of ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. It also still does have the tornado possible tag on it. And our radar system is again kind of suspicious about this area north of St. Louis. Look at that. I think that's more straight line wind though, but we'll be watching that. Kind of near the Isabella-Gratiot County line. We'll be watching that in the short term. It's a lower confidence deal though, so we'll be watching that. But again, so if you're just joining us here, this is Jacob Melton. I'm live here in West Michigan Weather. We also do have Jonah feed from out in the field. He is joined by Alex and Owen as well out in the field. And they are near the Grand Rapids area as these storms start to come in. As we have this line of storms come in with straight line wind potential. And we also have tornado possible tags still associated with these warnings for the potential of brief spin up tornadoes. We are still watching this cell off in Gratiot County. I am not seeing a definitive tight rotation tornadic signal, but definitely potential for straight line winds as these storms continue to move in to the east and through Gratiot County. And we are still watching this little bit of rotation near the Newark area. It's not a definitive tornadic couplet, I don't think. It was not enough for the National Weather Service to continue a tornado warning. The main concern with this storm is large hail and damaging winds. What does marine mean? If Savannah, I'm assuming you're meaning the severe thunderstorm, not the severe thunderstorm warning, the special marine warnings. Those are just effectively severe thunderstorm warnings over water. So a little bit of different criteria with those, but that's the basic meaning of the special marine warning. It's a severe thunderstorm warning, but for the water, basically. But again, we do continue with several severe thunderstorm warnings for Ottawa County, Kent County, and also Montcalm and Gratiot counties. Actually, they are going to let the severe thunderstorm warning for Ottawa County, that is being allowed to expire as storms has weakened below severe limits. Storms have weakened below severe limits and is no longer and have exited the warned area as well. Therefore, the warning will be allowed to expire. However, heavy rain is still possible with these thunderstorms. And I should mention that in addition to the severe weather threat with damaging winds and still the potential for spin-up tornadoes, we are still concerned about the potential for flooding as well. We do have flood warnings in effect as well for Oceana, Newaygo, Muskegon, also Macassa and Montcalm counties as well. One may eventually be required for Gratiot, and potentially Isabella as well, maybe southern sections of Isabella, but especially Gratiot County. I do think flood warnings may eventually be required as well, because what we're watching with that is these storms starting to train over the same area. That's not what we like to see. And remember, the ground's already wet. It can't take much more in the way of rainfall from the rain that we've gotten around Easter. So, again, it doesn't take much rain for there to be or to create some problems. So, again, if you're out driving tonight and you encounter a flooded roadway, turn around, don't drown. The best thing you can do then is find an alternative way. Don't harm your vehicle. Don't put the first responders that would have to come rescue you if you were to get stuck in the water. You're putting them in danger too. So you want to if you don't have to be out on the roads tonight, then I would kind of recommend just staying home, staying safe. If you do have to be out, though, you definitely want to be watching out for those flooded roadways. If they were ever difficult to tell at night as well. So you want to definitely be inside. Again, so we are watching this severe thunderstorm warning. We'll go for our severe thunderstorm warnings again. We are watching this severe thunderstorm warning in Montcalm and Gratiot County. This is primarily warned for, it continues for the next 15 minutes or so, for ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. It also does continue a tornado possible tag. Taking a look at velocity though, I'm not seeing a definitive tornado signal at this point. Maybe a couple areas we're potentially watching near the Newark area. Maybe a little bit of rotation, and also maybe some broad rotation again south of Sheridan. I'm not imminently concerned about tornado with that. That looks more like straight line wind to me. That is something we are watching as well. There's a lot of lightning with these storms. I can tell you I have a constant light show outside my window right now in Ithaca, as we are expecting things to pick up here in Ithaca over the next few minutes, primarily with gusty winds. I'll take a look at hail tracker though, see what we're looking at in terms of large hail as well. We are showing a little bit of an elevated hail signal again as well, west of the Ithaca area. So it is possible that because my desk is near a window here, I may have to decide to step away for a minute again. If that does take place, I will be dumping out to our lot, or out in the field feed, and Jonah and the crew there will take over if they need to. So again, and then we are still monitoring this severe thunderstorm warning. For Kent County, this is for 60 mile per hour wind gusts primarily. And it also still has a tornado possible tag on it. And this is, again, primarily straight line wind concerns at this point. We still are watching for kinks in the line in case it does spin up. a brief tornado. I'm not seeing anything imminent in terms of that, but we are watching it. And Tyler, not near the area you guys usually look at, but there is actually a tornado warning up towards Traverse City. And since we don't have imminent tornado warnings, we can take a look at that real quick. That is up between Traverse City and Cadillac. That is for this rotation. I was passing near the Music area between Music and Manton. That has prompted a tornado warning up in that direction. That goes until 11:15. That's not in our coverage area, so I don't want to spend too much time on it, but just something we are watching. So again, our primary focus at this point in our area is the potential for damaging straight line winds and brief spin up tornadoes. We do continue with severe thunderstorm warnings for and it looks like we got a new severe thunderstorm warning starting to come in for Ionia County. This is going to be for all of Ionia County. This is a severe thunderstorm warning until 11:45 p.m. This is primarily for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It does not have a tornado possible tag, so they're not at this point. They're not concerned about a tornado threat as much with this warning. This is mainly a straight line wind threat, and we are also still watching signs of straight line winds. In Gratiot County, near the Ithaca area, we are still watching. Maybe some signs of gustier winds there, just to the southwest of Ithaca. I'm going to take a look at storm relative velocity. Maybe a little bit of weak rotation there as well. I think it's more straight line wind, which we're actually starting to see on our feed as well in Grand Rapids from these storms. So should be watching this storm entering southern Kent County closely. Yes, we are watching that one. We are seeing, again, the potential for straight line winds, especially with these storms. But we are going to also be watching for the potential of rotation in case it does produce a spin-up tornado. In fact, we're going to be taking a look. As our next scan comes in, it's definitely looking like a lot of straight line wind heading right through the radar site as well. In fact, I'll zoom in. We are indicating 70 to 80 plus miles per hour velocities near the GR airport area. So if you are in the Whitneyville area, down towards the Caledonia area, if you're near the GR Ford airport area, I am showing very high winds on radar. So we will have to be watching that very close as well. And I would, as a course of least regret, I would be taking shelter if you're ahead of this. Like towards the Whitneyville community, Alaska, the Holy Corners area, Caledonia, down towards Harris Creek, Alto as well. I'm showing fairly high winds on radar, and that is with as low as this is scanning. This is likely at the surface, so this is very, very high wind heading into southeastern Kent County. So we will be watching that very closely as well. There is also all right, we got a tornado warning coming in now for southeastern Kent County. I repeat, a tornado warning is now coming in for southeastern Kent County. That is going to be for the area I was just looking at. This is a tornado warning for southeastern Kent County. This is going until 11:15 p.m. And it looks like they are also upgrading this severe thunderstorm warning in Kent County to be a considerable tag severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This is observed too. So we have observed 70-mile-per-hour winds in Kent County, likely near the radar site, where we were just showing you that on radar. And this is also a potential of a brief spin-up tornado. Right near where I-96 and M6 meet is our area of concern with that. Unfortunately, I would show you debris tracker, but we are still...
Heads up, Jacob. We are on this tornado warning in southeastern Kent County. We are getting on M6 from M37, and we're going to follow this thing east.
Alrighty. Okay, so we do have our Guys out in the field heading towards this tornado warning.
Really copies.
Yep.
I'm watching your location.
Yep. Jacob here, I also copy. Do let me know if you do see something. I will immediately transition to your live feed. But again, we are watching this at least very high wind signature that could also be a brief spin-up tornado. Just southeast of the GR Ford Airport area. This is right near the, right along M6 there, just south of I-96. And again, so if you're near this area, if you're near Whitneyville, Alaska, the Holy Corners area, Caledonia, Harris Creek, Bound Center area, or Alto, Lowell, the Lowell area as well, you need to be taking cover right now as these storms continue to move off. This is moving off to the east at 40 miles per hour. I'm going to do a storm track. As activity really is starting to pick up here in Gratiot County as well. Do a storm track of this. It's going to be in Whitneyville in the next 3 minutes, but you need to be in shelter right now. Alto in the next 9 minutes. Lowell in the next 10 minutes. Charter Township in the next 10 minutes or so. The Elmdale area in the next 14 minutes. We are concerned as well. And this will also, oops, didn't mean to do that. Clear that. All right, we do have, okay. This is a report from the Grand Rapids Airport. We have an observed 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts at the GR Ford International Airport. This was a measured wind gust 5 minutes ago. An 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts at the GR Ford International Airport. This is right near the radar and where the National Weather Service is. An observed 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts at the GR Ford International Airport. So even if this is not a tornado, we are showing very dangerous straight line winds of 80 miles per hour. That is just as strong as a weak tornado. And honestly, could be doing more damage than a weak tornado because it would be more widespread. So again, this is another reason you need to be taking this tornado warning seriously. You need to be taking cover right now. We also have a new tornado warning coming in for Ionia and Montcalm County. This is going to be for this signature as well, just southwest of Carson City. This is one of the tighter signatures I've seen today. This might be a tornado on the ground, north of the Palo area. I'm going to be taking a look at the Bree tracker, and we have a tornado on the ground, north of the Palo area. This is going to be near Fenwick Road. Fenwick and Senator Road, if you're near that area. On Doppler radar, we have tornado debris being lofted. This is a tornado on the ground. You need to be taking cover in the Vickeryville, Butternut, Palo area, Carson City, Hubbardston, and Mayferton as well. You need to be taking cover. This is a tornado on the ground. They have just updated this tornado warning to be observed. So this is a tornado on the ground being indicated by Doppler radar. So if you are in this area, you need to be taking shelter right now. By shelter, I mean if you have a basement, you need to be heading there right now. If you do not have a basement, you need to be heading to the lowest floor of a sturdy structure. Preferably, again, lowest floor. Get as interior as you can. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get in that small interior room, like a bathroom or closet. And also, if you can't get under a stairwell, central, even in the basement, if you can get under a stairwell or something, or even on the first floor in a multi-story building, if you can get under a stairwell or something, as long as it's central, that can provide some extra protection. And but again, and also once you're taking cover, if you have something to cover your head and neck, whether that be a mattress or even a bike helmet or football helmet or any kind of helmet, or even a last resort, a metal cooking pot, we just need to protect your head and neck from flying debris. But this is a confirmed tornado on the ground by Doppler radar that is now northeast of the Palo area. Again, near Fenwick Road and Senator Road is where I am indicating this likely tornado on the ground. Waldron Road, it is right on your doorstep. Olmsted Road, it's right on your doorstep as well. Van Vleck Road, if you're northeast of Palo especially, that is where this active tornado on the ground is. We'll take a look at our debris tracker again. We are still showing debris being lofted. Let me animate that, try to clear that up. Just south of the Butternut area, southwest of Carson City. That is where we're indicating this likely tornado on the ground. This is observed on Doppler radar. Taking a look at velocity, we still see the rotation, so you need to be taking cover right now if in this area. Again, we are still watching this other tornado warning in southeastern Kent County as well. Our area of concern is now southeast of the Whitneyville area, near 68th Street southeast. Morse Lake Avenue southeast, where we're watching our area of concern as well. This is going to be just southwest of the Alto area, heading towards the Bound Center area, Harris Creek, also towards the Elmdale area. And even if this is not a tornado, this is likely damaging straight line winds. We could take a look at our debris tracker as well, and that matches up. That could be tornado debris there as well. It could also be noise with it relatively close to the radar, but with it matching up with our area of highest velocities and the reflectivity, it's a little bit questionable with it being closer to the radar, but I would treat this as a tornado on the ground potentially near the Alto area as well, or at the very least, damaging straight line winds that are intense. Again, we do have an observed 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts at the Gerald R. Ford International Airport in southeast Grand Rapids. So these are both very dangerous storms, especially this one near the Carson City area. This is still a likely tornado on the ground. Take a look at the debris tracker. We're still showing debris being lofted near Fenwick Road and Crystal Road. Fenwick Road, Crystal Road is where we're seeing this likely tornado on the ground. This is going to be just southwest of Carson City. It should pass just to the south of Carson City, I think, but I would not mess around with it if you're in Carson City. You need to be taking shelter right now because this can deviate and potentially lift a bit northeast, go right into Carson City. That can sometimes happen with these tornadoes. You need to be taking this seriously. But right now, it is right along Fenwick Road, near Waldron Road, and heading towards Mount Hope Road as well. We're also very concerned with this likely tornado on the ground. We're in Plainfield. Okay, so again, for those of you asking about locations, if I am not calling out your specific location, you are not in any imminent danger. Beside these tornadoes, we still have straight line winds and intense storms ongoing. Gratiot County, you are not officially under a severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning as well. That will probably be required at least for southern portions of the county. We are still indicating a likely tornado on the ground with this storm near Carson City. We'll take a look at our debris tracker. We're still showing, there is your tornado warning for southern Gratiot and northern Clinton counties. This is a new tornado warning for southern Gratiot and northern Clinton counties. This tornado warning is going to go until 11:45 p.m. Again, this is for a likely tornado on the ground near the Carson City area, moving off to the east and southeast. So Perryton, Ashley, Hubbardston, Maple Rapids, St. John's, especially heading north, you need to be taking cover. The Duplain area, you need to be in cover. Elsie, Ovid, if you're in any, Ashley as well, if you're in any of these areas I'm calling out, you need to be taking cover right now. This is still a likely tornado on the ground just southwest of Carson City. Our velocity couplet's still there and just south of the Carson City area, right around Fenwick Road towards Mount Hope Road. That's where it's at right now. You're also going to be near Wilson Road, Bliss Road, Eli Highway, Luce Road. If you're near Rainbow Lake, you need to be taking cover right now. Again, if you're near Hubbardston, the Bryce community there, Maple Rapids, the Maple River State Game area, also Middleton and Parenton, the Pompeii area. You need to be taking cover right now. This is a likely tornado on the ground near the that continues near the Carson City area. We are still watching this tornado warning in southeastern Kent County as well. However, this is mainly looking to be straight line winds at this point, but still very gusty potentially as well. Again, remember, we have an observed 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts near the Gerald R. Ford International Airport area just a little while ago. And it looks like we got a new tornado warning coming in for Berry and Ionia counties. This tornado warning is going to be until 11:30. This is for this area we were watching. Severe thunderstorm was capable of producing a tornado. Was located near the Alto area, or 14 miles to the north of Hastings, moving to the east at 40 miles per hour. And we just got another 58-mile-per-hour gust at Grand Rapids. This was at 11:01, so just a few minutes ago. So still very gusty winds at the Grand Rapids Airport. We'll do a storm track on this circulation, this potential tornado real quickly. Then I gotta get back to our observed tornado up into Montcalm County, heading towards Gratiot and Clinton. Clarksville, 10 minutes. Lake Odessa, 18 minutes. Sunfield, 29 minutes as well. If you're also in the Freeport, Carlton, Woodland areas, you need to be taking cover right now. By cover, I mean it looks like on our feed here, I'm going to go to that briefly. We do have a tree down. This is going to be near the Ada area. We do have a tree down on the road on our live feed. So again, if you are near this tornado warning, you need to be taking cover right now. Again, we are still tracking our likely tornado on the ground as well. Just passing through the Carson City area right now, just south of there, near the Bryce area. That's going to be heading towards Parenton, Hubbardston, Maple Rapids, Pompeii, and Bridgeville. You need to be taking cover right now. Again, we do have a tree down on our feed on the left side of your screen. But again, this is a likely tornado on the ground. We'll take a look at the debris tracker. We're still seeing debris being lofted with this storm. Southeast of Carson City. South of M57, we'll say Ferris Road and Roosevelt. It's going to be Ferris Road and Roosevelt Road is where we're seeing this potential tornado likely still on the ground. I will say it is kind of broadening out a little bit on this latest scan. That is hopefully some good news that maybe this tornado is lifting. But still, I would not chance it in the Maple Rapids, Parenton, Hubbardston areas. As even if this is not a tornado at this point, this could still be damaging straight line winds. So you need to be taking cover right now.
Can you log a damage report for me?
So if you are in Parenton, Maple Rapids, Ashley, Duquesne, St. John's, Ovid, Elsie, you need to be taking cover right now.
50 seconds, please.
I will say we are watching maybe another area of some weaker rotation developing north of the New Haven Center area near Eugene. That could be heading in the direction of Ithaca if that continues. So we'll have to be watching that in the short term as well. So again, we're still watching this likely tornado, at least potential tornado on the ground. Heading out of Montcalm County now. In fact, they just canceled the tornado warning for Montcalm County. That has been canceled. So that is some good news. They have canceled that tornado warning. Well, again, there's still an active tornado warning for Clinton and Gratiot counties. We're also watching these tornado warnings for southeastern Kent and mainly Berry and Ionia counties, mainly the southwestern portions of the counties there. We're not really seeing anything imminently concerning. This is more damaging straight line winds, but you still want to take cover in the Clarksville, Lake Odessa, Carlton, and Freeport areas. Going to our new velocity scan, we are still showing potential tornado near the Parenton area. We're also still watching this broader rotation near the Eugene, Newark, near the Gratiot Community Airport area. I'm seeing maybe a little bit of rotation. That's not imminently concerning to me, but we are watching it. But my main concern is with this near the Parenton area now, over Bryce, near Cleveland Road and Bliss Road is where I'm seeing this. This is going to be near M57 in Newton and Eli Highway there. Also near the Fulton Public Schools building there is where we have this potential circulation. We're going to go to our debris tracker again, and I'm not seeing at this time. I'm not seeing an active tornado on the ground. But that does not mean one cannot touch down again at a moment's notice. So you need to still be taking cover. They have updated the tornado warning. Maple Rapids and Hubbardston, you have been taken out of the tornado warning. Our main area of focus is going to be near Middleton and Parenton and Bryce. Is our main area of concern with this potential tornado. And also St. John's, Duplain. You have been taken out of the tornado warning as well. I am seeing sirens sounding in DeWitt. We got sirens in Belding. Understand that the DeWitt area and Belding, you are not in the tornado warning. These are likely county-wide siren systems, or if they are zoned, they may have still sounded it for the individual zone. Tyler, I just got a warning extension of tornado in Montcalm, Ionia until 11:45. There's not an active tornado warning, I don't believe. It is not, at least not showing up in my system. There is this tornado warning for the southwestern portion of the county, if that's what you're seeing, but that's for that's going to be for Berry and Ionia. There is a severe thunderstorm warning that is still in effect for all of Ionia County for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And I will say I am seeing a potential circulation now near the West Sabala area. This will be west of Portland. Another one of those little circulations, but our main circulation of concern, maybe another little one near the Clarksville area. But my main circulation of concern is realistically west of the Parenton area, near the Bryce area. We'll take a look at the debris tracker again. I'm still not seeing debris being lofted. Katie, I was saying, saw your phone froze, but Belding, you are not in a tornado warning. In fact, the severe danger is over from this line. This is mainly heavy rainfall and lightning at this point. Again, there is no severe weather. You're still in the severe weather thunderstorm warning, I should say. But the worst part of this storm is now tracking off to the south and east of Belding. So just heavy rainfall and lightning at this point in the Belding area. Continuing to watch our storm in southern. Also, I will note they are letting the tornado warning for southeastern Kent County. They are allowing that to expire. So this only leaves 2 tornado warnings right now. One for the southwestern portions of Ionia County and northeastern portions of Berry County. And then this other one for portions of Gratiot and Clinton counties. Southern Gratiot County, really along M57 and points south. And then down to around the Gratiot County line, the Gratiot Clinton County line, including the Elsie, Eureka area, Bannister, Ashley, Pompey, Parrington, and Bryce, also the Sefton area. Our main area of concern with that is going to be near the Parrington area, is our main area of concern. We're also watching, while I'm going through our potential circulations, we are watching another one near the Pewamo area, just north of the Westphalia area.
Just clear that freeway, and now you're on the road.
This could be another potential circulation there, near the Pewamo and Westphalia either. I just got this alert from Gratiot County. I'm going to pass along.
Log at our car, so we got out of there.
If you are in Parrington, Pompey, Ashley,
this log on here for
Ashley and North Star along M57, you need to be taking shelter right now. I am passing this along from Gratiot County. This is
like a local, so
this would be our potential tornado near the Parrington area. I'm going to go to our debris tracker. I am unfortunately not seeing tornado debris at this time, but that could change within this next scan. I do also want to pass along real quickly. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Allegan and Van Buren counties. I'm going to go back to reflectivity. This is going to be a 60 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning. We do also have a tornado possible tag with this storm as well. Oops, did not mean to do that to the map. There we go. That is going to be for this Boeing segment of the line coming off of Lake Michigan right now. So Douglas, Ganges, South Haven, Covert, the Bangor area, Pine Grove, Paw Paw, the Almena area, Allegan, Hopkins, Wayland, Dorr. I would be heading indoors right now and consider taking cover with there being the tornado possible tag. A tornado could spin up in relatively short notice. Speaking of that, we have a new tornado warning. That is going to be for that circulation I was just pointing out near the Pewamo, Westphalia area. This is going to be a new tornado warning for central portions of Clinton County. This is going to go until midnight tonight. At 11:14, severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage were located 10 miles northeast of Portland, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Again, this is going to be the circulation we are watching near the Fowler and Westphalia areas. I'm going to take a look at the debris tracker on this real quickly. And it looks like, okay, that does not match with the reflectivity values. It could have been, when we see that, we have to check. That looks like inflow, though, near the Fowler area. But you still need to be taking cover. Let me go back to our rotation. I do want to do a storm track on this real quickly. Track this rotation off to the east at around 45 miles per hour. That is going to take it into the St. John's area in the next 15 minutes or so, but do not wait. You need to be taking cover right now. Also, the Ovid area, 29 minutes. Lanesburg in the next 30 minutes, 31 minutes or so. And the Bennington area, that's going to take it into Shiawassee County. Same with Lanesburg. That's going to take it into Shiawassee County within the next half an hour or so. So if you are in the St. Fowler, St. John's area, Price, the Duplain area, Ovid, Westchester Heights community, you need to be taking cover right now. If you are also north of Westphalia and Riley and you have one of those addresses, you need to be taking cover right now as well. This is a potential tornado being indicated on radar with rotation near the Fowler area. I will zoom in a little bit closer. Newer scan coming in. Near Wright Road and near Stony Creek is where this potential rotation is going to be. Jordan, I know you're mentioning, it looks like we got a new tornado warning now. This is going to be south and east of the Ithaca area. If you're asking about certain locations, if I'm not mentioning your location specifically, you are not in imminent danger. With there being multiple tornado warnings, I cannot go for, I have to focus on the location in these warnings. So if I am not mentioning your location, you are not in imminent danger. So Again, we have a new tornado warning now for Gratiot County. This is going to be east of the Ithaca area, towards North Star and Ashley, towards the state game area. Now, this is going to be for this circulation east of North Star. This is another one of those stronger circulations that could be producing a tornado. We'll take a look at the breed tracker. I do not have rotation being indicated, but this tornado warning does go for the next half an hour or so until 11:45. So, again, if you're near the Ashley area, east and North Star, near the Gratiot Saginaw State Game area, you need to be taking cover right now. So, again, a relatively strong circulation near Wisner Road and Buchanan Road, heading towards Ransom Road, is where I'm seeing the circulation, near Ransom Road. That will be heading towards the state game area. And we got a new flood warning coming in for Gratiot County as well. So I'm going to be honest with you guys, with the amount of severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings in effect, once your area gets under a severe thunderstorm warning, just with the history of these storms, I would consider treating it like a tornado warning, and kind of take your tornado precautions once you end up under a severe thunderstorm warning. Just with the history of these storms, you need to be, because something could spin up relatively quickly and before it can be warned. So you need to be taking these storms seriously. And if you end up either under a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning, take these storms very seriously. And I would take cover. If you're wondering where to go in a tornado, you need to go, if you have a basement, I would go there. No basement, you need to go to a small interior room on the lowest floor of a building, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And if you are in a mobile home or vehicle, you need to evacuate those and find a more substantial structure. Like as you see on the left side of your screen, they are from our live feed. Near the Lowell area, I believe there's damage on the road there, tree limbs down, stuff like that. These are the damaging storms, whether it's straight line wind or tornado damage. Wind is wind; it does not necessarily matter. So you want to take these storms very seriously and go.
Can you take another damage report in for me?
And take these storms rather seriously. So. Is Ionia in the clear? Ionia, it's still storming there, but the worst part of the storm is past. Just very heavy rainfall and frequent lightning. Ionia County, I know, is still under a severe thunderstorm warning, but looking at our velocities, I'm not seeing anything extremely concerning. But Kaylee, I'm not seeing any imminent tornado potential or anything like that. So. In fact, they just trimmed Ionia from the severe thunderstorm warning. So there you go, Kaylee. Ionia, you are in the clear. You are in the clear from the severe thunderstorm warning. So, again, if you are ahead of these storms, once you end up, so areas like Lansing, Allegan, Hastings, the Charlotte area, and then eventually down towards the I-94 corridor as well. With the history of these storms, once you end up under a severe thunderstorm warning, I would treat it as a tornado warning and take your tornado shelter precautions. Just with the history of these storms, we had several tornado warnings ongoing. I'll go from top to bottom. This one near the east of the Ashley area, north and east of Ashley. This is going to be near the Gratiot Saginaw State Game area, near Edgewood and Sickles. If you're near Buchanan Road and Woodbridge Road is where I'm seeing a potential circulation here. We'll go to our debris tracker. I'm not seeing any tornado debris at this time, but it does not mean there still is not a tornado on the ground, or at the very least damaging straight line winds. Going further south, this is not as evident as it was earlier. Still some broad signs of circulation around the Ashley area, so I would still take your tornado shelter precautions. Perryton, give me a few more minutes, but I can likely give you an all clear from this. And then further to the south with this tornado warning, this is going to be near the Riley area is where our potential circulation is here. Just north of the Riley area, near Price Road and Francis Road is where this potential circulation is. We'll go to our tornado debris trackers. We get a new scan in. This out here, let me circle that just to verify with our other products. We'll go to our reflectivity. That is out ahead of the precip of the heaviest precip, so that leads me to believe that it's not necessarily tornadic, but nonetheless, I would treat this like it was a tornado on the ground and take cover right now. My hotkeys are not working correctly. Let me try it again. There we go. I had to refresh the radar application, but for circulation near the Wiley area, this could at the very least be producing damaging straight line winds, if not a potential tornado. Further to the southeast in this tornado warning for Ionia and Berry counties, our potential area of concern is going to be southwest of Lake Odessa, northwest of the Woodland. This is going to be near Brown Road and Cunningham Road. This is our potential area of circulation here. I'll go to our debris tracker in this case as well. I do not really see an imminent tornado on the ground, but I would treat it as such in the Carlton, Woodland area, Lake Odessa, Woodbury. I would treat this as a tornado on the ground and take cover. Freeport, likely seeing gusty winds. I'm not seeing rotation, but I would still be in shelter as well in the Freeport area with the potential of gusty winds still. Further to the southwest, I should say, in Allegan and Van Buren counties, we still have this severe thunderstorm warning as well. And this is mainly for this Boeing segment of the line heading onshore right now, near the Douglas and Ganges area. Taking a look at our velocity, I'm not seeing really anything imminently tornadic to me. A lot of this is looking like straight line winds at this time. However, there's still the tornado possible tag on this severe thunderstorm warning. So again, like I was just mentioning, if you're in a severe thunderstorm or tornado warning with the history of these storms, I would treat it as a tornado warning and take cover, just because of the potential for something could spin up relatively quickly. And with the amount of warnings I'm having to hop between here, it may take me a moment for me to catch it. So if you're ahead of these storms in a severe thunderstorm or tornado warning, with the history of these storms, the best advice I can give you is to treat it as a tornado warning and take shelter. Taking a general reset real quickly, then I'm going to want to cycle through all of our warnings again. If you are northwest of the outline I am drawing, if you are northwest of this line I just drew, you are all clear from the severe weather threat for this evening. It's still raining, it's still potentially some lightning and thunder, but you are all clear from the severe weather danger for the night. If you are southeast of this line, you still need to be paying attention, including areas south of I-96, so areas like Kalamazoo, Jackson, Coldwater, St. Joseph, the Hillsdale area as well. If you're in any of these areas I just called near any of these areas I just called out, still be alert for the potential of severe weather for the next few hours. Again, we're now going to cycle back through our tornado warnings, starting with this one near the Ashley area. You could see our radar algorithm is hinting at the potential of a tornadic circulation, and our potential circulation, if it is a tornado on the ground, is going to be just east of the Ashley area, near the area of Ransom Road and Garfield Road, just north of near M57 as well there. If you're in that area, you need to be taking cover right now. I'll take a look at our debris tracker. Fortunately, I am not seeing debris being lofted with this storm, but that could still change at a moment's notice, so you need to be taking cover. Same goes with this tornado warning. I think that matches with this circulation. Further to the south for Clinton County. This potential circulation is going to be just south of the St. John's area. It is not looking as defined as it was earlier, but it doesn't mean it can't ramp back up again relatively quickly. It's a broader rotation. Leads me to believe this is more straight line wind. At this point, we'll go to our debris tracker to confirm. And again, it's not what you saw there on the debris tracker. That's not necessarily matching up with the highest reflectivity. So that is, I do not think is tornado debris. That is probably dust being wafted up ahead of the storm or something like that, but not tornadic, I do not think. But still, if you are in this tornado warning, you'll want to be taking cover right now. So St. John's, Price, Shepherdsville, Ovid, and into the Lanesburg area as well. I also do want to pass along, the National Weather Service has just issued this severe thunderstorm warning for Clinton County. They have placed a considerable tag on this severe thunderstorm warning. And this is for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and they also have the tornado possible tag on it. So if you are in Clinton County, including the north side of Lansing, near and north of the Capital Region International Airport, also the DeWitt, Riley, Eagle areas, and also Wacusta as well, you need to be taking cover right now. Again, I would recommend you treat this as a tornado warning, given the history of these storms. I would treat this as a tornado warning and be taking shelter right now in that sturdy structure away from windows on the lowest floor. So we also have this tornado warning back off in Berry and Ionia counties. This is our potential circulation there. It's not really as well defined as it was earlier. This would lead me to believe it was more straight line winds. But if there is a tornado, potentially it would be over the Woodland area right now. Take a look at the debris tracker. You do see this in the Woodland area, but taking a look at reflectivity, it is out ahead of the heaviest precipitation. For tornadoes, we would typically like to see the CC drop in the heavier precipitation. And in this case, it is out ahead of it. So that leads me against it being a tornado debris signature, but nonetheless, at the very least, damaging straight line winds. Near the Middleville area, there's gusty winds. Same for the most part in Allegan County and into Van Buren County. I'm not really seeing a definitive rotational signature, but I am maybe seeing a little bit north of the Martin area. Maybe a little bit of a circulation. Not extremely concerning, but we'll be watching that nonetheless. So, at the very least, damaging straight line winds are ongoing with these storms. And in the case of these, really along this entire line, there could be potential brief spin up tornadoes. So, again, our active tornado warnings, it does sound like did they let the one in Berry, Ionia go? Or did that expire? Hold on. Okay, our tornado warning for Berry and Ionia, it sounds like has expired, and they have not, at least not yet, have extended a tornado warning from that. So maybe they're thinking that the tornado potential is not that great there. But nonetheless, even though there's no warning in Berry and Eaton counties, I'm still seeing potential for at least gusty straight line winds there. So areas like Hastings, like Woodland, like Nashville, Vermontville, over towards Sunfield, eventually down towards the Charlotte area. I would just be aware that we do have gusty thunderstorms at the very least going into the area. Again, our active tornado warnings at this point are primarily confirmed to Gratiot and Clinton counties. I will say this, we'll go back through again. Starting Gratiot County, our potential circulation at this point is going to be over to Gratiot, Saginaw State Game area, or just south of there. Near M57 and Maywood Road is where I'm seeing our potential circulation. But that is going to be crossing into Saginaw County in relatively short order. Further to the south, our potential circulation Still potentially southeast of St. John's now. That's going to be heading towards the Lanesburg area near Price or near Chandler Road and Allward Road is where I'm seeing this. Near the Archer Memorial Field is where this potential circulation is, as well as near 127 and Price Road is where we are seeing this potential circulation still. We'll go to our debris tracker. Again, I'll highlight this again. We are seeing this little bit of a drop off here near the 127 Price Road corridor. But as I go to our, it does match up with the rotation, but I will say that is borderline. So doesn't necessarily match up with the higher reflectivity, but with it being borderline, I would still treat this as a tornado on the ground. So if you're near the Sleepy Hollow State Park area, you need to be taking cover right now. Same goes for Westchester Heights. If you're along Allward Road, Shepherdsville Road, you need to be taking cover right now. And taking a look at the debris tracker again on this, we're still not seeing any official signs of tornado debris, but the storm's getting ready to leave Gratiot County. Again, I will just list off all the active severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings. Saginaw Township sirens are on. Saginaw is technically outside of our coverage area. There is a tornado warning in Saginaw County that is associated with this storm that is leaving Gratiot County over the next several minutes. That is what is going on there. So the sirens in Saginaw Township, that would make sense with the tornado warning in effect for Saginaw County. So that would explain that, Michael. That circulation is again exiting Gratiot County, heading towards the Brant and St. Charles area, potentially towards Chesaning as well, where that circulation is. But this circulation is getting ready to leave Gratiot County right now. We're still watching this potential circulation still heading towards the Lanesburg area. That will be heading into Shiawassee County. And even if this is not tornadic, at the very least, this is damaging straight line winds. There is a 70-mile-per-hour considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Clinton County for areas like St. John's, Ovid, DeWitt, over towards the north side of Lansing, Eagle as well. In fact, near Eagle, we are seeing what is potentially another one of those Whittle spin-ups along the line near the State Road and Jones Road area, right near the Grand River. That's going to be heading into the north side of Grand Ledge, near the Abrams Municipal Airport area, right along State Road there. We are watching this, maybe a little bit of a circulation there. Again, not imminently tornadic, I do not think. I'm not seeing indications of tornado debris or anything like that. But just another one of those spin-ups we were kind of watching along the line. Ionia County, the southern portion of the county is still under the severe thunderstorm warning. There still could be gusty winds ongoing, like towards the Portland, Lake Odessa areas. But at this point, I'm not seeing anything imminently tornadic in this area. This is mainly gusty straight line winds, along with heavy rainfall and very frequent lightning. Going to the east in Allegan and Van Buren counties, we still have this severe thunderstorm warning associated with this Boeing segment of the line, heading through the Overijssel area, heading towards Allegan over the next few minutes. We'll take a look at velocities on that, and I am showing a little area of concern west of the Allegan area, north of Chicora, where we are seeing this potential circulation. We'll take our look at our debris tracker. A little more noisy than I'd like, but we'll be watching this circulation over the next few minutes as well. This is going to be just to the west of Allegan, south of the Allegan State Game area. Like if you're in the new scan coming in, still showing this. near the Chicora and Cheshire Center area, near 108th Avenue, 42nd Street, 112th Avenue is where I'm showing this potential circulation. Again, I don't have tornado debris being lofted, but we are watching that. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning as well. This is going to be for Berry and Eaton counties until 1 a.m. in the morning. This is primarily for damaging straight line winds, but there's also the tornado possible tag on this storm. Again, along this whole line, we've been seeing these occasional brief spin-up tornadoes, and as I say that, there's our tornado warning now for southeastern Allegan County. This is including the city of Allegan. It is also including Plainwell, the Otsego area, Watson, Martin, over towards the Orangeville area, especially areas just west of there. You are in this tornado warning that goes until 12:30 a.m. this morning. At 11:38 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was capable of producing a tornado, was located 6 miles to the west of Allegan, moving off to the east at 35 miles per hour. Again, this is for this circulation I was just showing you moments ago. Near the Allegan area, just southwest. This is a potential tornado that could be spinning up. We'll go to our debris tracker. Again, we're not seeing any official indications of a tornado on the ground. But if you are in the Allegan area, if you're right along M89, M40, near the Cheshire Corner and Merson areas, if you are near, this circulation is near the 108th Avenue area, 112th Avenue area. This is heading off to the east. I will do a storm track of this potential circulation off to the east. And that's going to put it, moving around 35 to 40 miles per hour. I'm going to put it in the Watson area in the next 20 minutes. But do not wait. You need to be taking cover right now. Also the Martin area in the next 24 minutes. Same goes for Plainwell, probably in the next 20-25 minutes or so. Also the Orangeville area, the next 34 minutes, and Prairieville. That's going to take it into southwest Berry County in the next 40 minutes or so. So Berry County, you're not in a tornado warning. You are under a severe thunderstorm warning. But we are watching this circulation, potential tornadic circulation near the Allegan area moving to the east, potentially moving towards the Plainwell area. And also Watson, Otsego, Martin, Allegan, you need to be in shelter right now. Kaylee, I am seeing Lake Odessa and Ionia. Lake Odessa, you're potentially still seeing gust damaging straight line winds. However,
I'm assuming Alex's phone died. Yeah, it did.
But again,
Copy.
in Lake Odessa, mainly straight line winds, and Ionia, again, Ionia is outside of the severe thunderstorm warning. You're still seeing heavy rain and lightning in the Ionia area, but the severe threat is no longer really a concern.
Tornado down in Allegan.
And I see our algorithms are starting to go off for.
Yeah, we're watching that really closely. It looks like it tightened up a little bit on this last scan.
Yeah, our algorithms are going off now south of the Allegan area. Taking a look at that continues to tighten. Near M40 and 108th Avenue. That is where this potential tornado is passing by here momentarily. It is going to pass just south of the city of Allegan proper, but you still need to be taking cover in Allegan. As nonetheless, even if you're not seeing the tornado, you still might be seeing damaging straight line winds. Taking a look at our debris tracker, I am going to highlight this potential area of concern. It is kind of matching up with our rotation and our reflectivity as well. Actually, we just got a new scan in here. A little bit of potential evidence. It's not the strongest signal I've ever seen, but it is matching up with our rotation and our reflectivity values. Either way, even if it's not debris, it is borderline, but this is a potential tornado on the ground just south of the Allegan area. So if you are in Merson, Cheshire Corner. Chikora, give me a few more minutes. I could likely give you an all clear. The circulation is off to your east, but if you're in Merson, Otsego, Watson, Allegan, over towards the Plainwell, Martin areas, also Hooper, Neely, Doster, you need to be taking shelter right now in the basement if you've got one. If you don't got a basement, small interior room on the lowest floor, away from windows, with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect your head and neck from flying debris. And no mobile homes, no vehicles. If you live in a mobile home or are in a vehicle, you need to evacuate those and find a more substantial structure. So like a neighbor's house or something of that nature if you can. It just has to be a sturdy structure. So again, taking a look at our debris tracker, we are showing a questionable signal. It might have been a very brief touchdown. We're still seeing rotation, though. I would continue to treat this as it's on the ground. They are starting to cancel some of our tornado warnings for Clinton County as the storms continue to move off to the east. There is a tornado warning. This is for our neighbors in Shiawassee County. This is for southern portions of the county. There is a tornado warning. That is for this circulation near the Lanesburg area, near Bennington. That's going to be moving towards the Bancroft, Vernon, Durand, Perry areas. That's where this potential circulation is headed. So if you're in southern Shiawassee County, you need to be taking cover right now. We also have tornado warnings in Saginaw County for our neighbors there as well for potential circulations near the St. Charles and Swan Creek area. Also Brant, that is looking decent there as well, decent circulation. There's still technically our tornado warnings. Actually, those are going to drop off the screen right now for Gratiot and Clinton counties. We still have our severe thunderstorm warnings also for Clinton County and also southern Ionia County, Berry and Eaton counties, and also Allegan and Van Buren counties. We are watching what may be another. We'll take a look at that from the surrounding radar just to confirm. Okay, it's a little more questionable there. Okay. Grand Rapids radar is maybe picking up on a potential circulation near the Waterville area, towards Benton Heights as well. But nonetheless, at the very least, the potential for gusty winds. Back to our Allegan County tornado warning. This is starting to look like a rather impressive rotational signature west of the Otsego area. So if you're in Otsego and Plainwell especially, right along M89 there, you need to be taking cover right now. We're going to go to our debris tracker. We're not seeing a definitive signal, but it is matching up with our lethal activity. I'm not seeing a definitive debris tracker signal just yet, but that could pop up in the next scan here, especially with that velocity signature. That is another one of those concerning velocity signatures like we were seeing earlier up towards the Carson City area. So again, tornado warning does continue for the next 45 minutes or so for southeastern portions of Allegan County. That is, again, with this circulation heading towards the Otsego area. For reference, it is near 26th Street and 108th Avenue. Right along the Kalamazoo River there is where I'm seeing this circulation. That is continuing to head off to the east, maybe a touch southeast. So let me do another storm track on this. Carry it off maybe a little more southeast instead of east. Oops, hold on, let me redo that. Give me just a second. Up a little bit there. Back it off, maybe just south of due east. It's going to bring it into the Otsego area in the next 10 minutes, but do not wait. You need to be taking cover right now in the Otsego area. Playing well in the next 15 minutes, but again, do not wait. Take cover right now. And Prairieville in the next half an hour, assuming it holds together or you do not get cut off by this additional section of Boeing segment here that could be producing some straight line winds. But in southeast Allegan County, especially south and east of Allegan now, you need to be taking cover. This is a rather potent rotational signature. Still not a definitive signal on our debris tracker, but with that signature there on reflectivity, you can kind of see how it's that little hook kink in the line there, kind of hooking around there near the southeast of the Allegan area. That is matching up quite well with our velocity signature. That is a decent velocity signature for a spin-up tornado. Sophia is asking, is Caledonia going to be okay? Caledonia, you are outside of the severe thunderstorm warnings now. Depending on where you are. If you're in Berry County, you're technically in the severe thunderstorm warning still. But if you are in the Kent County side, you are out of the severe thunderstorm warning. Kent County is clear from the severe weather danger.
Keep an eye on that or water volute cell there.
And we are also watching the Bangor water volute areas. We're also starting to see some signs of potential circulation along this section of the line as well. Nothing imminently tornadic, but we are watching this area nonetheless as well.
He thinks that's just the way it looks.
But again, our primary concern right now for tornado potential, it's going to be heading into the Otsego area over the next few minutes. But again, we're still not seeing a debris signature near the Otsego area, but I am not liking the way that velocity signature is looking. You need to be taking cover right now, especially in the Otsego and Plainwell areas. Watson and Martin, I would still be in shelter as a course of least regret, but this circulation is probably going to stay to the south, but as a course of least regret, still be in shelter. Middleville, south of Caledonia. Middleville, you're still in the severe thunderstorm warning. You're still potentially seeing some gusty winds. But I am not personally seeing any imminent tornado threat with that. This is mainly just gusty winds, heavy rainfall, and very frequent lightning. Nonetheless, these are very noisy thunderstorms this evening. But again, our primary concern is this potential tornado heading towards the Otsego area. This is a potential tornado. I do not have confirmation it is on the ground yet, but our algorithms are detecting this. We are seeing it on our velocity. We do have the reflectivity signature. We'll go to our debris tracker. I'm just not seeing anything too definitive. This is too noisy for me to really call it a tornado, but I would treat it like it is on the ground. At the very least, if it is not a tornado in the Otsego area, it is likely very intense, damaging straight line winds. Taking a look at the consumer's outage map, we have numerous power outages coming in from these storms, at least on a scattered basis. And it looks like they are going to observe now on this tornado warning in southeast Allegan County. This is an observed tornado. Weather spotters are confirming a tornado in the Otsego area. As train spotters are reporting a tornado heading into the Otsego area as I speak to you here. I am going to zoom in and go street to street. If you are near River Street, 106th Avenue, M89, River Road, Jefferson Road, zoom in a little, right along the Kalamazoo River there. If you're near the Otsego High School area, you need to be taking cover right now. This is a tornado on the ground, reported by train spotters. So, again, this is going to be heading into Otsego right now. If you're Prairie Wood Golf Course area, you need to be taking cover. Again, at Otsego, we have a tornado on the ground reported by trained spotters. So you need to be taking cover right now in the Otsego area. Plainwell as well. It's right on the heels of heading there as well. If you are along US 131, if you're driving along US 131, especially near the Otsego and Plainwell areas, you need to get off at the nearest exit and find a sturdy structure to take shelter. If you are planning to travel along US 131 between the Kalamazoo County line and we'll say Wayland, I would avoid it right now. We have a tornado on the ground observed by trained spotters that is getting ready to head right over US 131 near the Otsego and Plainwell areas. It's going to be heading towards the Plainwell Municipal Airport area. So you need to be taking cover if you live near that area. So again, this is a tornado on the ground reported by trained spotters near the Otsego area. We do not actually, let me check that. I still do not have a definitive debris signature yet, but we have trained spotters calling it a tornado on the ground. I need you to treat this as such. I do want to pass along real quickly. We have severe thunderstorm warnings coming in as well for Kalamazoo and Calhoun counties. Again, this is a tornado possible tag, severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-per-hour winds. With the history of these storms producing these spin-up tornadoes throughout the evening, I would err on the side of caution in the Kalamazoo, Calhoun County area and kind of treat this like a tornado warning. And kind of at least be near a tornado shelter if a tornado does spin up. You'll definitely want to be inside a sturdy structure, but you definitely want to consider being near a suitable tornado shelter if a tornado does spin up. Again, we are tracking this likely tornado on the ground right now, though. Passing through the Otsego area. This is observed by trained spotters heading towards the Plainwell Municipal Airport area. There is the Four Roses Cafe to fly in near the Gun River there. Right along US 131 is where I'm showing this likely tornado, or observed tornado by trained spotters, I should say. Plainwell, the tornadic circulation is going to pass just a hair to your north, but I still need you in shelter in the Plainwell area right now. As even if you don't get the tornado, assuming it is on the ground, this is a likely damaging straight line winds at the very least. I'm going to zoom in. We do have power outages coming into the Otsego and Plainwell area. Again, this is a tornado on the ground, reported by trained spotters near the Otsego area, heading to the east. It will be heading into the Hooper, Neely, Doster areas. You're next in line for this. Again, this is a reported tornado on the ground by trained spotters. You need to be taking cover. This is also going to be a heads up, especially for southwestern Berry County, maybe northeastern portions of Kalamazoo County as well. This is the heads up for you. Tornado warning may eventually be required if the storm continues to hold it together. Again, we did have a report of a tornado on the ground by trained spotters near the Otsego area. I still am not really seeing a definitive debris signature. But nonetheless, with trained spotters reporting this on the ground, we do have power outages, which is suggesting this could either be a tornado or at the very least damaging straight line winds. National Weather Service will have to send crews out to do damage surveys on this to determine whether it's tornado or damaging straight line winds, but either way, it's doing damage likely. It is right over the Plainwell Municipal Airport area or near there. Near the US 130, just north of the US 131 M89 interchange there. Kind of near north of the Meyer, north of the Borges Pip Hospital there. If you are in Plainwell proper, you need to be in shelter right now. Especially north of Plainwell, you need to be taking cover right now if you are not already. And also, especially southeastern Allegan County, the extreme southeastern corner, near the Doster area, near the Hooper and Neely areas, you need to be taking cover right now. Again, train spotters have reported a tornado on the ground a few minutes ago near the Otsego area, and I do have confirmation of damage being produced with these storms. At least on the Consumers Energy outage map, I am noticing numerous outages in this area. And again, it continues to be a relatively decent signature. Now, east of the Plainwell Municipal Airport area, right along 106th Avenue, it also turns a Marsh Road there. Once you get east of the area, and then also Pierce Road. It also turns 106th Avenue. Also as well, according to our mapping, this is where you need to be taking cover right now. This is a relatively tight signature, and we still don't have debris being lofted yet, but that we don't need debris being lofted. When you see that velocity signature, and we've had confirmation from train spotters, I need you to be taking this seriously.
Are you guys looking for anything specific downtown?
And I will also pass along real quickly. I know we haven't been really focused up here. But also,
Yeah, I mean,
Clinton County, I do want to pass along real quickly.
On it, and we don't want to drive down there for damage casing in the middle of the night. Won't be able to see anything.
But again, Clinton County have been canceled from the severe thunderstorm warning. So
I got it.
again,
Anything else?
all right, we got a new tornado warning coming in now. For southern Berry County, this is for that likely tornado near the Plainwell area. This is a new tornado warning for southern Berry County. This is going to go until 12:45 a.m. This is going to be at 11:59 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Plainwell, or 12 miles north of the Kalamazoo area, moving to the east at 50 miles per hour. So again, this is for this likely potentially tornadic circulation near the Plainwell area. Again, we're going to our debris tracker. I still don't have debris being indicated, but with train spotters reporting a tornado on the ground near the Otsego area a little while ago, if you are in the Prairieville area or the Asira area, also Cedar Creek, Vickery Landing, Banfield, Hickory Corners, Turner's Corner, the Cressy area, Delton, Cedar Creek. And if you're in this red polygon here in southern Berry County, you need to be taking shelter right now. I need you to be in that basement if you've got one. If you don't got a basement, I need you to go to that small interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Preferably get away from those windows. Get in the most interior part you can get and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And if you got any kind of protection to put on your head, whether that be a bike helmet, a football helmet, or if you could get under a stairwell or something, that would help provide some extra protection. You'll just want to help protect your head. If you get under a workbench or something, just help protect your head and neck from any potential flying debris. But even if this is not a tornado, this is likely very intense, damaging straight-line winds near the east of the Plainwell area now, heading towards the Doster area. So we're heading near the Prairieville area, heading towards the Camp Mary Wood area. It is near the Lake Doster Golf Club. It is near that area this potential tornado or was observed. I was just checking that out. That does not match with the rotation near Neely. It does not match with the rotation, no. But our potential, or was at least a tornado, if it's not, definitely damaging straight line winds near the Doster area. And I'm going to track this off to the east. This is moving at around 50 miles per hour. So I want to do a storm track, bring it to the east at around 45 to 50 miles per hour. Going to take it into the Asira area in the next 29 minutes. Actually, let me zoom in a little bit. We can try to get some more locales in there. It's going to be approaching the Hickory Corners area in the next 13 minutes, but do not wait if you are in Hickory Corners. You need to be taking cover now. Same for the Cressy and Turner's Corners area. The Banfield area in the next 18 minutes. Vickery Landing in 20 minutes. We also have the Lacey area in 25 minutes. The Metcalf Lake natural area in 26 minutes. The Osira area in 29 minutes. And eventually Bellevue. This may make it to southwestern Eaton County if this holds together. This will be a heads up there in the next, that is going to be 36 minutes for southwestern Eaton County if this does hold together. Newest scan coming in, still showing our tornadic circulation near the Doster, passing through the Doster community right now. Going back to our debris tracker, I do not have any debris signature yet. But again, when we have power outages being reported, this is not a tornado. This is likely damaging straight line winds being produced. So again, you need to be taking cover in southern Berry County. All right. Justin from Facebook a few minutes ago saying I'm in Clinton County. It's going crazy here. Definitely still some stronger storms across southern Clinton County, but these are not severe at this point. Just very frequent lightning, heavy rainfall, gusty winds. These are not severe in Clinton County at this point. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings still for Berry and Eaton counties as well. This is for damaging straight line wind potential. And still has a tornado possible tag as well. Taking a look behind the scenes. All right. We are also, I know we haven't really focused on further south. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings as well for Van Buren County and Kalamazoo and Calhoun County. A lot of this is, again, damaging straight line winds. We will be watching some areas down here for potential spin up as activity as well. But our primary focus is on our tornado warning in now heading into southern Berry County. Allegan County, give me a few minutes. I can likely give you the all clear. The rotation is beginning to exit the county to the east. There we go. Activity was refreshing there for a second. There we go. Our potential tornado is still being indicated near the Prairieville area, heading to the east. It's going to be heading towards the Hickory Corners, Banfield, and Osira area. MX Jackson is asking on YouTube, how is Kalamazoo? Kalamazoo, you are under the severe thunderstorm warning, and it is for damaging straight line winds. Okay, you're very welcome, MX Jackson. So, again, our potential tornadic circulation on its newest velocity scan is going to be just south of the Prairieville area. I'll actually pull up our rotation tracker. I haven't really been using that too much tonight, but we'll pull that up, and as I pull that up, you'll see we are still showing our elevated signal for rotation. A lot of this is looking like a shear line to me. Mainly gusty winds along all this. Our rotation is being focused just south of the Prairieville area, kind of near the Cressy area, near 3 Mile Road and Norris Road. It also turns into Milo Road there. We also have Indian Lake, Miller Lake, Lockshore Road. That is where our rotation is focused right now, in that general area. So again, that is where our potential tornado, if it's still on the ground. I know we had a report earlier near Otsego, but yeah, even if this is not on the ground as a tornado, this is at the very least producing damaging straight line winds. across southern Berry County. So you need to treat this as it is a tornado on the ground, because remember, at the end of the day, wind is wind, whether it's rotating or damaging straight line winds. This is still a dangerous situation. You need to treat it as such and need to be taking cover. I do want to take a quick moment and do a quick general recap of the situation. So if you are, I do want to do a quick little all clear assessment of the situation. I'm going to draw a line. And if you are north and west of this line, you are all clear for severe weather for tonight. We are still watching showers and thunderstorms. In fact, there's plenty of lightning behind and the stratiform rain. But the severe weather potential is done for tonight. We will still be watching rain and still some lightning activity, but the severe weather potential is done. I know it might be noisy up here from time to time, but no more severe weather. If you are north and west of this line, if you are south and east of this line, you still need to pay attention for the next few hours. We do continue with severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in for Ingham County. This is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We also do have the tornado possible tag on it. This is going to go until 1:15 in the morning for Ingham County. And then we also, I know we haven't really talked about it much, we do have flood warnings, especially to the north of I-96, really along the M46 corridor again. And north, we do have flood warnings in effect because there's been very heavy rainfall earlier, these storms trading over the same area. That is going to continue to be a concern of these storms as well. Besides of damaging wind and spin-up tornado threat, is a concern for flooding rainfall. I'm going to zoom back in onto our tornado warning. Our algorithm is still detecting the rotation potential tornado. You can see how it's kind of curled up there on the reflectivity just south of the Prairieville area. We'll get you a new scan in here. First, I want to check our debris tracker. That is kind of questionable there. Just north of the Turner's Corner area. That's not... Okay, and it's gone on the next scan. Okay, just checking that. It was kind of suspicious there for a second, but we're still watching, at the very least, damaging straight line winds, if not a tornado. But again, just back to my other behind the scenes messages, but again, still watching this rotation near the Turner's Corners area, near Hickory Corners, moving off to the east. That is getting rather tight there again. North of the Turner Corners area. It's right near the Gilmore Car Museum. Right along M43 there is where we are seeing those. Seeing this rotation that could be a tornado on the ground. I am seeing some questions about Plainwell. Plainwell, you are in the severe thunderstorm warning. However, the strongest part of this storm is passing to your east now. You're still going to see some rain. You're still going to hear some thunder. But the strongest part of the storm is now passing the Plainwell area. Major outages southwest of Hastings. Thank you for that, Glenn. I am seeing that behind the scenes. Once we get the things start kind of settle down, I will show you the outage maps from Consumers Energy and other companies. However, I just want to get the imminent danger away from the area before I do that. What I can do though Because I can pop it up on the view here. Let me just get that set up. Give me just 1 second. I'll have it on the left side of the screen, so you guys can see that. Screen. There it is on the corner of the screen now. Let me move it up where you guys can see it. Since our chase team is heading home now, so we'll put that there. So there's our outage map. I'll do a general zoom on it right now, and we'll go to that into more detail once we get the imminent danger out of our area. Starting to able to see lightning in the clouds northeast of Niles. Yes, we do have storms heading towards the Niles area. They are not severe at the moment, but they still could be producing some gusty winds and very frequent lightning. You're probably seeing quite the light show off to the north and northwest of the Niles as these storms approach. You're still in the tornado watch, so I would still be paying attention, but there's not any warnings right now. But we will be watching that in the short term. We're gonna go back to our tornado warning in southern Berry County. Let me go back to my radar overlays. We'll take a look at our velocity again. We are still showing our rotation near the Hickory Corners and Banfield area. Now near and east of Kellogg School Road, heading towards Fine Lake and Banfield Road. And piece of information. That's the information real quickly. They are updating the tornado watch. I'll go through those details in just a moment. Our rotation near the passing through the Hickory Corners area near Banfield. Take a look at our debris tracker. In fact, it just popped up on our screen there, that update to the tornado watch. We'll go over those details in just a moment. No active debris signature on our debris tracker. Fortunately, we have not seen much of that. So even if this isn't a tornado, though, this is very likely damaging straight line winds. Passing through Hickory Corners area, heading towards Banfield. And again, if you're in the Asira area, Vickery Landing, Lacey, you need to be taking cover right now if you have not already. You should have been when this warning was issued, but if you're not in shelter yet, you need to be taking cover right now. As at the very least, damaging straight line winds or a potential tornado will be moving through the rest of southern Berry County. I will also say, with the direction it's turning, it is taking a little bit, perhaps, of a southeasterly turn. So this is going to be a heads up for northwestern Calhoun County. I would not be surprised to see a tornado warning come in for there. This will be northwestern Calhoun and maybe northeastern Kalamazoo counties as well. So areas like, as I zoom in here, Bedford, Penfield, Maplehurst, Greenfield Park, Level Park, the Battle Creek area as well. Just with the direction that is turning, that could be bringing it a little more towards the Battle Creek area. So there's no tornado warning yet. You are under a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds with a tornado possible tag. But our algorithms are still continuing to detect this rotation, and we are still seeing some decent rotation there. It may not necessarily be tornadic, but it's still likely producing some gusty to damaging straight line winds, as it is starting to push a little more south of due east. I will do a storm track from this. Back it off a little more to the southeast now. 50 miles an hour. It's going to be bringing it toward, actually, no, I got to zoom in, that's why. The Penfield community in the next 14 minutes. Walnut Point in the next 21 minutes. And then we also have Lee Center in 25 minutes. Partello in 28 minutes. Rice Creek in 30 minutes. The Marengo area in 31 minutes. Duck Lake and Albion Landing in 32 minutes. We're still watching this potential circulation, whether it's producing a tornado or not. It's still producing, at the very least, damaging straight line winds as it moves off. Maybe a little more southeast now instead of due east. So I just wanted to bring up that potential. We do continue with severe thunderstorm warnings in Berry and Eaton and Ingham counties. Ingham County in particular, I am seeing mainly damaging straight line winds, particularly near the Okemos, Michigan State University area, and also potentially just to the north of Mason. This is looking a lot more like damaging straight line wind to me, rather than tornado. Maybe a little bit of a circulation near the Mason area. Actually, that kind of just went away on the next scan. A lot of what I'm seeing here is damaging straight line winds in Ingham County, but nonetheless, still gusty, still up to 60 miles per hour. That's still quite gusty there. I'm seeing some questions about Lake Odessa. Lake Odessa, I will say that the bulk of the severe weather is likely done. I know you're technically in Berry County, you're still under the severe thunderstorm warning. That is near the Lake Odessa area, but Lake Odessa proper in Ionia County is cleared from this potential severe weather potential. You're still seeing rain, you're still hearing thunder and seeing lightning. But the severe weather potential, I think, is wrapping up there. Our primary focus is becoming really south of I-96 now, is our focus. If you're north of I-96, you're done with the severe weather potential for tonight. But a lot of what we're seeing here is south of I-96 now. And then areas, especially along and south of I-94, potentially we'll still have to be watching for over the next few hours. For the potential of damaging straight line winds, and maybe still the potential of a brief spin up tornado. I do see our algorithm kind of hinting north of the Marcellus area. That is looking rather noisy to me, though. We'll take a look at it from the upper radar. Maybe a little bit of rotation there. That looks more like straight line wind to me, though. We'll be watching that area as well. It's not a definitive signal. But again, at the very least, gusty to potentially damaging straight line winds. There is no warning for Cass and St. Joseph counties yet. But if it continues to strengthen, warnings may eventually be required down that way. Our main focus, could go again in order, we do continue with this tornado warning for southern Berry County for the next 24 minutes. Prairieville, you're still in the tornado warning, and as a course of respecting the polygon, you'll want to still remain in shelter, but the strongest part of this storm is off to your east. Give me a few more minutes, Prairieville. I can probably give you the all clear. But the Osira area, you still need to be in shelter. Lacey, you still need to be in shelter. Banfield, the Banfield community, you're likely seeing gusty to damaging straight line winds. At the very least, if not a potential circulation, that is beginning to head in the northwestern portions of Calhoun County. There is no tornado warning yet for that, but just with the situation where we are, and the way that's headed, we'll have to see if they continue a tornado warning or not. They do have the tornado possible tag on the severe thunderstorm warning. But just a heads up there, in the northwestern Calhoun County, we are seeing some increasing potential for, at the very least, damaging straight line winds as this begins to push out of southern Berry County. And we do have what appears to be mainly straight line winds heading through Kalamazoo County, so areas like Galesburg, Portage, went through the Kalamazoo area, over towards Schoolcraft and Vicksburg, the Pavilion and Climax area. You'll be seeing winds pick up. if not already in a not too distant future. I'm not really seeing any definitive rotational signatures. This looks mainly straight line winds. We also do still technically have a severe thunderstorm warning for Van Buren County, the southern portions of Van Buren County, but however, the strongest part of the storm is beginning to exit to the south, especially with the gust front. And we are also still watching severe thunderstorms with severe thunderstorm warnings for Berry, Eaton, and Ingham counties. I will say Berry County, especially the northern half, I can probably give you, at least head in the direction of giving you an all clear. The strongest part is off to your south now. So areas like Hastings, Middleville, Irving, Freeport, Carlton, and Woodland. Well, Woodland give you a few more minutes, but Middleville, Irving, Hastings, Carlton, and Freeport. Along the Lake Odessa area. Strongest part of your storms are off to your south now. We could probably go ahead and give you the all clear from severe weather potential for tonight. We're also still watching damaging straight line wind potential in Ingham County, particularly around the Mason area, Williamston, Okemos. I am seeing the potential of high winds up to around 60 miles per hour. I'm seeing 50 to 60 mile per hour being indicated on our velocity. That is likely through the Okemos, Williamston areas, over towards Mason, Delhi Charter Township. It is passing the Lansing area. Abby states it sounds like a train. Where is that? Where are you at, Abby? With that, you can give me a general location. We do have a considerable tag severe thunderstorm warning now coming in for Kalamazoo and Calhoun counties. This is going to be for 70 mile per hour wind gusts. And also for the potential of and 70 mile per hour wind gusts, we are carrying a tornado possible tag. Kalamazoo. Okay. That kind of makes sense, Abby. Very gusty winds. I'm not seeing tornado signatures in the Kalamazoo area. This is just gusty winds, but definitely very loud storms nonetheless. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in as well. This is going to be for Cass, St. Joseph, and Branch counties for the potential 60 mile per hour wind gusts. I'm going to go over to the other radar. See what that's looking like. Again, our algorithm is hinting at maybe a little bit of rotation near the Flower Field area south of Schoolcraft. And a lot of what I'm seeing here is damaging straight line winds up to 60 miles per hour. Towards the Marcellus area, that's going to be heading towards Free Rivers, the Fabius area, Centerville, Mendon, Leonidas, the Colon area, Madison, Sherwood, also Union City, Burr Oak as well. And this is not a tornado warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, but we do have very gusty winds heading into portions of Cass, St. Joseph, and Branch County. This severe thunderstorm warning will go until 1:15 in the morning. So again, we do continue with this tornado warning for the next 18 minutes for southern Berry County. If you're near the Asira area in particular, I would still be remaining in your tornado shelter. By tornado shelter, I mean small interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. If you have a basement or storm shelter, that is, of course, the best spot. But if not, then you want your small interior room on the lowest floor away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And let this storm pass on through. At the very least, in the Asira area, you're seeing very strong to damaging winds. I'm taking a look at just north of the Battle Creek area. I am still watching this signature. Not seeing a definitive tornado debris or anything like that, But we are still watching some signs of rotation now. Near the Penfield area, I'm seeing this at the very least damaging winds, if not some potential signs of rotation in there. And again, they have this severe thunderstorm warning considerable tagged for southeastern portions of Kalamazoo and Calhoun counties for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That is starting to get up there in intensity. That's when I start recommending treating it like a tornado warning and take cover. So if you're in Battle Creek, Marshall, Albion, Eckford, Homer, the Burlington area, Union, and also Vicksburg as well, Pavilion, Climax. This is a more intense storm. I do think the strongest winds looking at velocity are going to be in the northern Calhoun County. But even in southeastern Kalamazoo County, I'd still treat this on the more serious side and definitely be in that sturdy structure. We are also still watching the potential mainly for gusty winds across Eaton County, areas like Potterville, Charlotte, Chester, the Calamo area over towards Nashville. I'm not seeing rotational tornado signatures or anything like that. This is mainly straight line winds tracking through the area, potentially up to 60 miles per hour as this continues to move off to the southeast. We're also still watching straight line winds into Ingham County. Bear with me, it's been a long evening, guys, but Ingham County, for the potential 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, we do have the tornado possible tag still on this warning. But a lot of what I'm seeing here, maybe really towards the Dansville area, I'm seeing some gusty straight line wind potential. And up towards Meridian, Williamston, Weberville, the Bell Oak area. I can also look at this another radar. This is going to be the Detroit radar. And similar picture, mainly straight line winds I'm seeing here at this point. But we'll be watching this area nonetheless if we do get a tornado to spin up. The shear is still there for potential spin ups, but as we get later into the night, that will tend to reduce as well as the surface gets more stable. That will tend to reduce the tornado threat with time. But with the strong shear overhead, that's why we still can't rule it out. But a lot of what I'm seeing here, I do think we will continue to transition to more of the damaging straight line wind threat, which is mainly what we've seen this evening beside the spin up tornadoes. Again, I am still watching this potential rotation near the Penfield area, southwest of the Bellevue area. This may be a little bit of rotation. I'll put on our rotation tracker. And it's not terribly strong rotation. This is mainly weak rotation. Maybe a few pixels a little bit stronger, but this is weak broad rotation. But nonetheless, could be very gusty winds at the very least with this activity northeast of Battle Creek, southwest of Bellevue, south and east of the Osira area, heading towards the Penfield area, near the Bellevue Road area. It also turns a 13-mile road. Kind of near Mud Lake is where we're watching, just south and east of M78. Near and southeast of where M66 and M78 meet is where we're watching this. We'll go back to our regular velocity product. Again, the same general picture applies. I am leaning more towards gusty straight line winds than a tornado at this time, but we are watching it nonetheless behind the scenes. We still do technically have the tornado warning for the next 13 minutes across southern Berry County. However, the strongest part of the storm is now exiting southern Berry County. And I can likely begin to give you the all clear from the tornado warning within the next few minutes. Still, if you're especially near the Osira area, just as the course of least regret, just want to be in shelter, especially just for the next few minutes. I know I never really did get to mention the tornado watch updates. It's from the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids. If you are in Clare, Gratiot, Isabella, Kent, Lake, Mason, Mecosta, Macomb, Muskegon, Newaygo, Oceana, Osceola, and Ottawa counties. You have been cleared from the tornado watch. Your severe weather threat is done for tonight. It still does continue for Allegan, Barry, Calhoun, Clinton, Eaton, Ingham, Ionia, Jackson, Kalamazoo, and Van Buren counties in the Grand Rapids coverage area until 4 a.m. However, I do think counties will continue to be cleared as this line of strong to severe thunderstorms continues to push off to the east and southeast. In fact, if you're in Van Buren County, they have just expired the severe thunderstorm warning there as well. And they have expired that severe thunderstorm warning as well for southern Van Buren County. So I do want to take a look at the power outage maps. But before we do that, I do want to overview our current situation when it comes to the warnings. We do still technically have this tornado warning in effect for southern Barry County for the next 10 minutes. However, the strongest part of this storm is now getting ready to leave Barry County, heading into Eaton and Calhoun counties especially. And then we also have severe thunderstorm warnings for Barry and Eaton counties. Again, Barry County, the strongest part of the storms are exiting. This is primarily becoming, with time, an Eaton County issue in terms of this warning. We also continue severe thunderstorm warnings for Ingham County for the next 40 minutes or so until 1:15 for the potential of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We do continue with the tornado possible tag as well. However, a lot of what I've been seeing over here, if I go to velocity, is damaging straight line winds. And we do continue with this considerable tag severe thunderstorm warning for Kalamazoo, the southeastern half or so of Kalamazoo County. It does not include the city of Kalamazoo. You are clear from the severe weather threat from tonight. I know it's still raining. I know there's still plenty of thunder and lightning, but the severe threat is passing now. But Battle Creek, Vicksburg, Climax, and then heading towards the Marshall, Burlington area, Eckford, Albion, and Homer, you need to be alert to this storm, producing a little bit higher for potential for damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. And then we also still do have severe thunderstorm warnings as well for portions of northeastern Cass, roughly the northern 2/3 of St. Joseph County, north of the US 12 corridor, and also the northwestern third of Branch County, north of west of US 12. So areas like Union City, Madison, Sherwood, Leonidas, Mendon, Centerville, Three Rivers, Fabius, Marcellus. You are in this severe thunderstorm warning until 1:15 in the morning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Then off to the west, these are non-severe thunderstorms, and for across western Cass and the Berrien County, these are not severe. I know we haven't really mentioned this area. These storms are not severe, but still potentially some gusty winds, maybe 40 to 50 miles an hour or so across Berrien County, areas like the Galion area, Niles, New Troy, New Buffalo Township. Although I will also say, along the southern periphery of this line, we are starting to see an outflow boundary come out ahead of it, stretching from the LaPorte area towards South Bend and then into southern Cass County. This is potentially a sign that these storms may begin to weaken with time. As the cool air from the storms rush out ahead of it, it'll cut it off. And eventually we may see these storms begin to weaken. But I would also not be surprised in the Edwardsburg area, especially in the Bertrand area, you probably notice the winds pick up a little bit before the precipitation. That is what tends to happen when these outflow boundaries, gust fronts start to get out ahead of it. But again, and they have also canceled the tornado warning for southern Barry County as expected. They have canceled it. They are issuing now a new severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County. This is going to be a considerable tag severe thunderstorm warning for the potential 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This is going to go until 2 in the morning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County. This is considerable tag. They also have the tornado possible tag on it until 2 in the morning for all of Jackson County. This does include the city of Jackson. This also includes Tompkins, Parma, Spring Arbor, the Pulaski area, Liberty, Napoleon, Brooklyn, the Waterloo Village area. If you're in or near any of the areas I just called out, you definitely want to be heading indoors to that sturdy structure. I would almost consider, with the potential for 70-mile-an-hour winds, I would treat this almost like a tornado warning. Maybe go to the basement or small interior room on the lowest floor. Eaton Rapids, you are still under a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I believe I saw a question about Eaton Rapids on YouTube. So, and again, this is mainly straight line wind concerns up to 60 miles per hour. My concern with that for Eaton Rapids is going to be with this complex, stretching from Potterville through Charlotte through the Calamo area. As that moves to the southeast, we will be looking at the Eaton Rapids area. Things will begin to pick up over the next few minutes. Again, definitely a lot of thunder and lightning right now in the Eaton Rapids area and heavy rainfall. But winds may still get a little more gusty yet over the next few minutes in the Eaton Rapids area. But again, I think our primary concern looking at velocities, our highest concern is really near the Walnut Point area. We are still monitoring some signs of what appears to be potential rotation. I'll go over to a different velocity product. It's definitely a broader rotation. We are still monitoring that right along I-69 there, near and north of Walnut Point to the Eaton County line, heading towards the Lee Center and Portello areas. If this is not a potential tornado, this is definitely at the very least damaging straight line winds up to 70 miles per hour. This is where my greatest concern for those 70-mile-an-hour winds is, and that will be moving to southeast towards Jackson County. In fact, I want to do a storm track. I want to track this off to the east and southeast towards Jackson County. This is moving about 55 miles an hour. It's going to bring it into the Springport area in about 15 minutes, but do not wait. You should be taking shelter right now in the Springport area. The Tompkins area in around 24 minutes. Downtown Jackson in about 34 minutes. The Leone area in about 41 minutes. Napoleon in 44 minutes. And Waterloo Village in 46 minutes. If you're in or near any of these areas I'm calling out, you need to be I would be heading towards cover right now. Well, I understand that weather anxiety is definitely a real thing. What I can tell you guys is if you have weather anxiety, as long as you're prepared, you're in a lot better shape than a lot of people. As long as you prepare for these storms in advance, as long as you know where your safe place is and where and what to do when a warning gets issued, you're in a lot better spot than a lot of people. So again, I know it's a real thing. It's definitely a valid feeling, the weather anxiety. I know in this case, you were hit trauma with the tornadoes when you lived in Alabama. I understand that. But again, it's a valid feeling. But as long as you're prepared, you'll generally be okay. So again, and then we're also still watching a severe thunderstorm warning. I do believe I saw there was updates coming in for that. We go to Indiana. They have dropped, this is Northern Indiana, they have dropped Cass County from our severe thunderstorm warning. So this leaves St. Joseph and Branch counties in the severe thunderstorm warning here. This is for the continued potential 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Our gust front with this is heading through the Centerville area right now, just past Mendon. Heading into the Leonidas area, it'll be in the Union City area over the next few minutes. Heading towards Sherwood, Madison, and Burr Oak, the Colon area as well. This is mainly straight line wind potential. I'm not really seeing anything to imminently suggest a tornado threat with this. This is mainly straight line winds and then heavy rainfall, maybe some small hail as well. Not really too concerned about large hail with this. This is mainly a small hail concern as this continues to move off to the east and southeast. We also still do continue with our severe thunderstorm warnings again across Eaton and Ingham counties. This is mainly 60-mile-per-hour wind potential with still the potential for a brief spin-up tornado. Again, if there is going to be a brief spin-up tornado, I think our greatest concern with that in the short term is going to be with this rotation south of the Olivet area. Again, it's still a rather broad rotation. It's not tight. I can go to my debris tracker. I'm not seeing any debris being lofted. So this is more likely than not straight line winds right now, south of the Olivet area, near the Release Center and Portello areas is where I'm seeing this. And again, this is where our gustiest winds are going to be potentially up to 70 miles per hour, I'm thinking. Further to the south and west of that, there's still potential for 60 to maybe 70-mile-an-hour winds as well. I'm just not seeing as concerning of a signal as I am seeing near the Olivet area. What do you think Bad Axe is going to look like for my grandma? That is outside of our coverage area, so I don't want to spend too much time on it. But Bad Axe, there's still the potential for gusty thunderstorms, but there's no warnings up there right now, and mainly gusty winds. There's still a tornado watch up there, so you'll want to be aware for the next little while. But there's nothing severe up there at this time, mainly just gusty thunderstorms, frequent lightning, and heavy rainfall up there. Brenda's asking about Muskegon. Yes, Muskegon is all clear for the night. You're still under a flood warning from the earlier rainfall, but when it comes to the severe weather potential, you are likely done for the night. We do have a new flood advisory coming in. I do want to pass this along. This is going to be for the Lansing area. This is a new flood advisory coming in for portions of Eaton and Ingham counties. This is around the Lansing area. This is going to go until 6:45 in the morning. The potential for flooding going in the Lansing area. Again, we've had thunderstorms training over the Lansing area over the last little while, and that has unfortunately prompted flooding issues. And the National Weather Service has issued a flood advisory that goes until 6:45 in the morning. Urban and small stream flooding caused by excessive rainfall is expected. At 12:44 a.m., radar and automated rain gauges indicated heavy rain. This will cause urban and small stream flooding. At almost an inch of rain has fallen in the last hour. Additional rainfall of an inch or two is possible over the next few hours. This could cause minor flooding, especially to the urban and small stream regions and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flooding include Lansing, East Lansing, Edgemont Park, Diamonddale, Waverly, Holt, the Holt area, Okemos, and Hazlitt. So if you're into any of these areas that typically flood in heavy rains in the Lansing area, I know of a few. Kind of towards Potter Park Zoo, I know Frandor has some trouble spots. Unfortunately, we are starting to probably see some flooding in those trouble spots as we continue to have heavy rainfall. Kind of needs that training that we were talking about when thunderstorms train over the same area. That has been taking place over the Lansing area, and that has resulted in flooding concerns. I just wanted to pass that along to you guys. And again, we are still, if you are just joining us here, or if you've been sticking with us throughout the night, this is Jacob Melton live here of West Michigan Weather. We did have our team out in the field. They are heading home. They are heading home for the night now, as it is getting late, and I do think we are dwindling more towards a damaging wind threat rather than a tornado threat, especially as we head throughout the night. That will tend to happen as we do have, as the surface continues to get more stable. That will reduce the tornado threat some more as well, but we are still looking at the potential for damaging straight line winds. We do continue with severe thunderstorm warnings for Eaton, Ingham, Jackson, Calhoun, Kalamazoo, St. Joseph, and Branch counties. We do continue with severe thunderstorm warnings. In the case of Kalamazoo and Calhoun, especially Calhoun County, and in the Jackson County, these are considerable tagged severe thunderstorm warnings for the potential 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and they also have the tornado possible tag associated. And again, our main focus for the tornado possible tag is going to be near the Duck Lake and Albion landing area. We are continuing to see some little indications of at least broad rotation in this area. Again, our storm relative velocity matches with that. We'll go to our debris tracker again. We're not really seeing any debris. We have not seen that in a little while, fortunately. Here's some good news. We'll go to our rotation tracker real quick, just see what that's looking like. Yeah, we are seeing that indication of weaker rotation, but still could at the very least be producing an enhanced area of damaging winds, which I think is really explaining the considerable tag for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Nonetheless, we are also seeing gusty winds in the Marshall area, heading into the Marengo area, down towards Burlington as well, and also further to the north, heading into the Eaton Rapids area right now. Heading through Delhi Charter Township, that will be moving into the Mason area as well over the next few minutes. The potential for gusty winds, maybe still up to 60 miles per hour. Going further south, we also still do have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for St. Joseph and Branch County. Bear with me, guys. Kind of a long night here. It looks to continue at least for the next little while. But again, we are seeing mainly straight line winds, although I am noticing a little area of interest just south of the Sherwood area near Madison, near the M86 corridor there. I am seeing a little area of interest that may be potential rotation. We'll take a look at my rotation tracker with that, and then we'll go look at so yeah, definitely some signs of at least gusty winds, if not some rotation near the Sherwood area. Yeah, not imminently concerning. We'll take a look at debris tracker. Not really seeing too much to be concerned about. Again, it's just that little notch in the line that we have to watch from time to time. Along the edge of the line, sometimes you can get these little notches that develop. And that's little areas of spin that develop from time to time. And we may potentially be seeing one of those south of the Sherwood area, near the Madison area. So if that continues, I would not be surprised to see a tornado warning come for portions of Branch County. That is something we will be watching here in a very short term. Great coverage, and I like your maps. Well, thank you. Greatly appreciate that. Been a lot of hard work putting these graphics together, and glad people enjoy them. Is Portage safe from the tornado? Portage, yes. The severe storms have cleared your area. Depending on where you are in Portage, you're still technically under a severe thunderstorm warning. But really, the strongest part of this line is exiting the county now, really moving into Calhoun, Branch, and St. Joseph counties. I am going to double check this. Alright, I am seeing a little area of concern near the Madison area. It's another one of those notches in the line. We are seeing a little bit of rotation there. We'll go to our debris tracker, and we'll say that is a tiny bit concerning there near the Madison area. Well, I want to wait one more scan, see what that looks like next, but that could potentially be a brief spin up, potentially developing near the Madison area. So if you're in Madison, as the course of least regret, I would take your tornado precautions. I would go to that basement or small interior room. Just as the course of least regret with some of these radar indications I'm seeing. Again, we have the velocity couplet. We are seeing maybe a tiny bit of a signal. It's borderline on the reflectivity. It does match up with the higher reflectivity. This is not going to be a strong tornado. This will be a weak spin up. But nonetheless, you'll want to be in shelter there in Madison as it continues to move in. Now the next scan, again, it's a borderline signal. But nonetheless, something we are continuing to watch. It's just that little notch in the line moving through the Madison area. We are seeing a little bit of potential spin there. Looks like they are updating those severe thunderstorm warnings. They have not added a tornado possible tag on it. So we'll be monitoring that. They have updated the severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect for Kalamazoo and Calhoun counties. First off, they have dropped Kalamazoo County from the warning, I should say. Along the northwestern half of Calhoun County, you are now all clear from severe weather threat for tonight. Those warnings have been dropped. It does continue for the southeastern half of Calhoun County, so areas like Marshall, Albion, and Homer. You do remain under this severe thunderstorm warning, but a little bit of good news I do have. They have dropped a considerable tag from it. They have dropped the winds down to 60 miles per hour. That is a base severe thunderstorm warning. They still do have the tornado possible tag on it. So that is something just to be aware of in the short term. They are maintaining the tornado possible tag on it. We'll go to our velocity, and a lot of what I'm seeing here is damaging straight line wind. We're outside of that Madison area we were just looking at. I'm not really seeing any rotation signatures. This is mainly straight line winds. We are watching the Springport area though, where we do have potential rotation passing through. So again, on velocity, we are seeing at the very least damaging straight line winds near the Springport area. Taking a look at debris tracker, I'm not seeing a debris signature, but still some signs of rotation there we are watching. And at the very least could be damaging straight line winds into now really into Jackson County as well, where we are continuing with a considerable tag severe thunderstorm warning for up to 70 mile an hour winds as well. But even on the reflectivity, again, it's another one of those notch signatures that we look for on the leading edge of these lines. Sometimes you can get areas of spin along these lines on the leading edge like that. That could sometimes produce brief spin up tornadoes, or at the very least damaging straight line winds. Okay. Alright. So again, damaging straight line winds likely ongoing in the Springport area. We're still watching damaging wind potential across southeastern Eaton, especially and into Ingham counties. Eaton Rapids, you're likely seeing gusty winds right now and very heavy downpours and lightning. Same goes for the Mason area, Delhi Charter Township, back for Dansville and Williamston. Lansing area are technically in the severe thunderstorm warning as well, although I will say the strongest activity is now down to the south of Lansing, moving more towards again, the Mason, Eaton Rapids, Onondaga areas, Leslie as well. Again, if you're north of I-96 especially, and I could probably eventually give all clears for areas northwest I-69 as well. This is going to be, if you're north of I-96 right now, you are clear from severe weather. There's still rain, there's still lightning. I'm still hearing rumbles of thunder occasionally here in Ithaca and Gratiot County. But there's a severe weather threat is over for tonight. You can go to bed if you are north of I-96. I do see we have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in. This is going to be for Branch and Hillsdale counties. This is going to go until 1:45 in the morning. This is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And again, we are still watching that little kink in the line. I am still showing some rotation. There is not a tornado possible tag on the severe thunderstorm warning, but I am still seeing signs of rotation potentially east of the Madison area, towards Batavia and Batavia Center area. That's going to be taking it into cold water within the next few minutes. Maybe just south and west of cold water, but if you're in the cold water area, as of course least regret, I would consider at least staying near your tornado shelter. I want to check debris tracker real quickly. Alright, that does match up. Alright, we are seeing a potential debris signature near the Batavia area. That is matching up with our reflectivity. And it also is matching up with the velocity. The velocity scan's a little bit delayed, but when that updates here in the next couple of minutes, you will see that. You will see that it does match up. I'm going to circle that, and it'll allow me to demonstrate that a little bit better. This is what we're looking at when it comes to potential debris. We'll go to our velocity. Unfortunately, the velocity, there it goes, is matching up with the rotation, and it is also matching up with the reflectivity. It is in the higher, somewhat in the higher reflectivity. So if you're near the Batavia area, especially, as of course the least regret, I would be in your tornado shelter. There's not a tornado warning in effect, but it's just one of those kinks in the line that looks to have maybe spun up a little bit. So you'll want to be in cover there. Batavia, cold water is of course the least regret. Especially if you're near the Branch County Memorial Airport area. I would just kind of be in your tornado shelter, just as the course of least regret. This will not be a long spin up. These are just a brief spin up type of deal that we mostly have had tonight. Further to the west, across western St. Joseph into Cass and Berrien County, these storms are not severe. These are just gusty thunderstorms that we are continuing to watch. But again, these are not severe, just heavy rain producers, very loud storms, and maybe some gusty winds. So again, we are continuing with some good news for Eaton County I do want to pass along. They have dropped the severe thunderstorm warning from Eaton County. That leaves Ingham County in the severe thunderstorm warning for the next 15 minutes or so. Then we also have our considerable severe thunderstorm warning as well for Jackson County. Still monitoring this area of potential rotation near the Tompkins area as well. I'll take a look at the debris tracker on that. No debris being indicated, but still some signs of rotation, or at the very least damaging straight line winds. Heading through northwestern Jackson County right now, into southeastern Calhoun County as well, especially south and east of Marshall. Heading into the Homer area, Albion, Eckford areas, we're seeing some signs of some gusty winds still. And then our main focus, we're also still monitoring this kink in the line near the Batavia area that was at least earlier showing indications of maybe a little bit of debris being lofted, and it's a noisier signal now. I mean, it's definitely borderline, but at least some signal that we may have had. And they still have some spin-up rotation. Mainly south and west of cold water now. Cold water, you're likely seeing the winds start to pick up. You'll see the rain and maybe some small hail pick up as well. This is not going to be large hail. This is not really the setup for large hail now. Usually the large hail we were concerned about earlier when we had the discrete cells, including the one up in Montcalm and into Gratiot counties as well. We had that discrete activity up there near the warm front. That was kind of a little concerning earlier. It looks like we do have a tornado warning coming in now for the Coldwater area of Branch County. This is a tornado warning coming in now. This is going to go until this is a short fuse tornado warning. This goes until 1:15. Again, this does include the Coldwater area. This is for southeastern Branch County until 1:15 at 1:02 a.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over the Coldwater area, moving southeast at 65 miles per hour. Our hazard is a tornado. Source is radar indicated rotation. Again, we were seeing some suspicious signatures on our debris tracker as well. Impact flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Coldwater around 1:05 a.m. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Marble Lake, California, and Batavia. This includes Interstate 69 in Michigan between mile markers 7 and 15. If you're in this warning area, take cover now. Move toward a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. So again, if you are in this tornado warning, this does include the Coldwater area, also includes Batavia, Lockwood, the Quincy area, Fisher, Stringtown, the Algansett area, California, and Crystal Beach. If you are near any of these areas I just called out, you need to be heading to your tornado shelter right now. Whether that is your basement, if you've got one, that is preferred. If no basement, that's okay. You then want a small interior room on the lowest floor away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And also cover your head and neck from flying debris. By that, like if you got like a baseball helmet, you got a helmet, like a football helmet or a bike helmet, even a metal cooking pot as a last resort, or if you got a mattress or something like that to cover yourselves to protect yourself from flying debris. In your shelter area, if you have a workbench or something you can get under as well, if you can get under something sturdy, or even a stairwell or something like that, that would be helpful as well, just to provide a little extra protection from any flying debris. Taking a look at our debris tracker, we're not really seeing as much of that signal as what we were seeing earlier. But we are still seeing the potential rotation, mainly south and west of Coldwater now, near the Lockwood area, almost near the Fenn Road area, including the I-69 exit there at Fenn Road, is where I'm seeing this potential tornadic circulation. Also near South Angola Road as well. If you're near any of these roads I'm calling out, you need to be taking your shelter precautions right now. If you're in Coldwater proper, you also need to be taking cover. Again, the circulation is really just to the south of Coldwater, but you're seeing the rain pick up. You're likely seeing the gusty winds, along with frequent lightning, and maybe some small hail as well. But I do want to track off this potential circulation. It is moving off to the southeast. 60 miles an hour. It's going to take it into the Algansett area. I'll zoom and get a few more locations. The Fisher area in the next 7 minutes, but do not wait. You want to be in shelter right now. The Algansett area in the next 8 minutes. The Stringtown area. Excuse me. All right. In the next 9 minutes. Reading in the next 14 minutes. And Cambria eventually in the next 18 minutes. I will say Reading and Cambria, you are not in a tornado warning, but this is a heads up if this circulation does hold together. It's just an early heads up for those locations. And also Hillsdale, you're also under this, you're not under the tornado warning, but rather the severe thunderstorm warning. My main concern for Hillsdale at this point is most likely going to be gusty winds along this Boeing segment towards the Litchfield area. That'll be moving into the Hillsdale area over the next little while, primarily again with the potential for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. But again, we are monitoring this tornado warning that has been issued for portions of Branch County. This is a short fuse warning. It expires in the next 7 minutes, as a matter of fact. This is just one of those quick spin ups along the leading edge of the line that could be potentially producing a brief tornado. That is what we're watching here, south and east of the Coldwater area, just past Interstate 69, heading towards the Fisher area. Quincy, this is passing just to your south, but as of course the least regret, still remain in your tornado shelter. We're also still watching Jackson County as well. Yeah, we are watching damaging straight line winds up to 70 miles per hour as well. Near the heading into the Jackson area over the next few minutes, passing through Tompkins, Parma, Spring Arbor, and Concord right now. We're also still monitoring a little bit of potential rotation south of the Leslie area. Not really a tornadic circulation, I don't think. We'll look at the Bree tracker though, just in case. Yeah, not really seeing anything there. So, again, mainly gusty straight line winds heading through the Leslie area right now. Heading especially south of Mason. Still some gusty winds there. Potentially Dansville as well. Some gusty straight line winds up to 60 miles an hour there. They still are maintaining the considerable tag warning for 70 mile an hour winds for Jackson County. So if you're in Jackson, you don't want to take that warning very seriously. Definitely want to be indoors in the sturdy structure on the lowest floor and away from those windows. Going back to our tornado warning, though, that is, we are monitoring, continuing to watch the circulation. It is near the Fremont Road area, near Cornell Road, Central Road. If you're near Bennett Road, if you're near Middle Lake, and also Marble Lake, Dorrance Road is where this potential tornadic circulation is. It is southeast of Coldwater proper now, and heading towards the Fisher area as it continues to move off to the south and east. We'll go back to our debris tracker. Now, I'm not seeing a definitive debris signal right now. That doesn't mean there isn't anything there. It's just not really in the level to where it's getting picked up by the radar beam down in northern Indiana. In fact, I can kind of see what's spinning this up. You see how it's kind of interacting with the outflow boundary that serves out ahead from this line segment for South Bend, Elkhart, into the Constantine White Pigeon area. What seems to have happened is this section of the line was kind of interacted with the outflow boundary. And that's an additional source of lift and shear. And that's how you can get these little spin-ups along the line as well when it interacts with these outflow boundaries. So, again, that is what we're watching here towards the Fisher area is my area of greatest concern, along with Quincy, heading towards the Stringtown area over the next few minutes as well. Hastings is safe for the rest of the night, morning, Adriana. Yes, there's still thunder. There's still lightning in the area. I'll go back to regular radar just for a second. But yes, Hastings, you are all clear from the severe weather threat. In fact, you have been dropped from the tornado watch as well in Berry County. So you are all clear for the night. You can go to bed. I mean, it's a little bit noisy with the thunder and lightning still in the area. And these are noisy lightning strikes behind the storms in the stratiform. These are rather noisy in nature. But no more severe weather for the night there. You're welcome, Andrea. You're very welcome. So going back to our tornado warning, we're focusing mainly south of the Quincy area now. North of the Algansett area near Fisher is where I'm focusing right now on this potential circulation. Near Ray Quincy Road, near Fisher Road, near it's going to be Bennett Road is where I'm watching this circulation. Right over near Marble Lake right now. near Fisher Creek is where I'm watching this circulation that may be a brief spin up tornado. Going to our debris tracker, I'm not seeing maybe a little hint of something near Fisher. However, that is very borderline, and I'm not comfortable calling that. Just a message from Jonah. He would join us, but unfortunately, they do not. There is no power at the West Michigan Weather headquarters, so he cannot join us. But so just a side note, we do not have power at the headquarters up north of Grand Rapids there. Just from those earlier storms where we had all those damaging straight line winds and potential spin up tornadoes up to the north. That has resulted in no power at the West Michigan Weather headquarters. Fortunately, we have redundancies, and I lucked out and maintained power so far here in Ithaca. So, website name, that is going to be www.westmichiganweather.net. Upsurge. If you're looking for the website, that is scrolling on the bottom of our screen as well. It'll be www.westmichiganweather.net if you're looking for the website, Upsurge. Again, our focus is on this tornado warning for portions of Branch County. It does expire any minute now. We'll have to see if the Weather Service in northern Indiana extends this into Hillsdale County, which could go either way. I do think at least a 4 possible severe thunderstorm warning should be considered for southern Hillsdale County, but I'm not the one that calls the shots when it comes to warnings. That is the National Weather Service. But just looking at that potential, we're still monitoring this potential rotation, even though our tornado warning is about to expire. If you're in the Fisher and Stringtown areas, I would stay in shelter just for a few more minutes, let this pass by. Look at debris tracker. I'm not seeing a definitive debris signal, but it could also, at the very least, be gusty to damaging straight line winds, continuing to move southeast. We're also, alright, they have extended a new tornado warning. This is going to be that far eastern corner of Branch County and also into southern Hillsdale County. This is a new tornado warning that will be in effect for the next half an hour until 1:45 a.m. This is a tornado warning for a small section of southeast Branch County and really southern Hillsdale County. So areas like Reading, Cambria, Ransom, Pittsford. Also, zoom in a little bit at some of the smaller communities, the Lickley Corners area, Fountain Park, Shadyside, Steenburg, Bankers. If you're in the city of Hillsdale proper, you are not in this tornado warning, but if you're south of Hillsdale, I would be taking shelter, your tornado shelter precautions. You're along M49, you need to be taking cover right now. This is a tornado warning. That has been issued for southern portions of Hillsdale County along that small section of southeastern Branch County for the next half an hour until 1:45. I'll go ahead and read. You can see our algorithms still detecting the rotation. We'll go to our velocity, and that's where we're seeing it. North and east of the Algansey area, northwest near the Stringtown area, where I'm tracking our potential circulation. I will go ahead and do another storm track on it now and track this off to the southeast. So it's going to be in the Cambria area in the next 12 minutes, Ransom in the next 21 minutes, and eventually the Waldron area in the next half an hour or so. However, if you're in the Cambria and Ransom areas, especially, do not wait. You need to be taking your tornado precautions right now. Coldwater, Blake. I will say the worst part of the storm is passing through right now. You are behind the gust front now, so this is mainly just a heavy rainfall, frequent lightning threat. These are fairly loud storms, but we're not concerned about a tornado threat in Coldwater, and I do think the strongest part of this storm, oops, let me clear that, didn't mean to do that, has passed to the south and east of Coldwater. Go back to reflectivity, and I am in agreement with that. mainly just heavy rain and lightning at this point. You're still under the severe thunderstorm warning for the next half hour, but the strongest part of it has really passed off to the south and east now. And I know you were just under the tornado warning. They have just dropped that tornado warning that was just expiring for Coldwater. That has expired. So no tornado threat is done in Coldwater. It is now moving into southern Hillsdale County. Besides the tornado warning, we are also watching this Boeing segment moving across northern Hillsdale County, going to velocity on that. This is mainly a straight line wind threat. This is mainly straight line winds, not really seeing much of a tornado threat with that. And continuing north into Jackson County. We are still good news for Ingham County, I should say. They have dropped the severe thunderstorm warning, although we are monitoring a little bit of potential rotation in the far southeastern corner of the county near Stockbridge. Maybe a little bit of rotation there. Take a look at debris tracker. I'm not seeing debris, just a little bit. At the very least, some gusty winds. Now a little bit of rotation there in the far southeast corner of the county. That will be out of the area within the next couple of minutes. Otherwise, just gusty straight line winds through Jackson, heading into Waterloo Village, towards the Leone area, towards Hanover. That'll be into the Liberty, Brooklyn, and Napoleon areas in the next few minutes. This is for the potential of 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That is up there on the scale in terms of wind potential. You'll want to be taking it seriously. Again, probably fairly gusty, very, very gusty in the Jackson area right now. Along with very heavy downpours, maybe some small hail and frequent cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. Same goes for the Spring Arbor area, Horton, Hanover. A little bit better potential for some smaller hail there. Outside of that, our main focus right now is on the tornado warning across southern portions of Hillsdale County. Again, it does technically include that small southern, the other map, that small southeastern corner, east central corner, I should say, of Branch County. So if sirens are going off in Branch County, I'm not sure what the systems are out there, but if they are going off, it's for a small section of the county. And Hillsdale County is mainly for southern portions of the county. It is not for Hillsdale. It is not for Jonesville, not for North Adams or Litchfield or any surrounding areas, Somerset. It is mainly for the southern portions of the county around the Reading or Reading area, Cambria, Pittsford, and Ransom. Taking a look at velocity or potential circulation, it's going to be near the Reading area, right along M49 there, along Lake Road near the Kimball Camp, right there. Ooh, that was a loud. You guys heard that? That was a loud one here. Gratiot County, very loud thunder here. But again, the Reading area is the peak of our rotation, potential tornadic circulation right now. Moving off to the southeast, it'll be in the Cambria area. Looks like they are either dropping our tornado warning or they are updating. They just updated it. Branch County has been dropped from the tornado warning. So, again, Branch County, you are out of the tornado warning. This is exclusively a Hillsdale County issue now of our circulation, of potential tornadic circulation over the Reading area right now. Again, heading over to Cambria area over the next few minutes, eventually towards Ransom as well. Pittsford, you're right on the edge of it. Is of course the least regret. I would be in shelter still. However, I will say that I think the worst of it's going to pass to your south. However, you're still going to be looking at gusty straight line winds from the northern portion of the line as it continues to move south and east. Back to our reflectivity. I will say this little kink in the line is not quite as well defined as it was earlier. We're still seeing a little bit of it near the Reading area. That is where we are seeing our potential rotation. Again, I do want to do a quick general update of the situation. If you are south of if you're all right, we'll have a severe thunderstorm warning, considerable tag for Jackson County. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning for Hillsdale County. They have just dropped Branch County from the severe thunderstorm warning as well. If you're along US 12 west of Hillsdale County, those storms are not severe. This is mainly heavy rainfall, gusty winds, frequent cloud to ground lightning, but nothing severe. Upsurge, I do not believe we have a radar currently on our website. The radar we are using here actually on the live stream is actually WeatherWise. If you Google that, it should take you right to it. If you Google WeatherWise radar, it should take you right to it. There's a newer website design we just rolled out there, and we are still looking at some things behind the scenes for it. But if you Google WeatherWise Upsurge, that's decent website-based radar you can use if you want a similar look to what I'm using here. I mean, it won't have some of the features on the free version like the live sweep innovation here, but again, Cassandra is asking Ann Arbor, am I safe? I'm going to say Ann Arbor is not officially in our coverage area, but Ann Arbor, you are still in the danger zone for the next little bit when it comes to potential severe weather. Our main concerns continue to be damaging wind gusts into the Ann Arbor area, but we are still seeing some occasional spin up tornado potential as well. But that will be clearing the Ann Arbor area. I would give it the next couple of hours or so, and then you'll be cleared outside of rain and thunder. But again, our primary focus is our coverage area, which for reference is areas along and west of US 127 is our coverage area, up to around the US 10 corridor, and then back towards the Lake Michigan shoreline. That is our coverage area down to the state line. So that is our coverage area. There is a map of that on our website if you want to go reference that as well. But again, Ann Arbor's not in our coverage area, so I can't spend too much time there. But you're still in the severe weather threat, at least for the next, I will say, couple of hours. Going back to our tornado warning. This is continuing for the next 20 minutes or so for southern portions of Hillsdale County, including the Reading area, Cambria, Pittsford, and Ransom. Also the Frontier area, Shady Side, Fountain Park, Lickley Corners, Steenburg. The Bankers area does not include Hillsdale proper. Hillsdale, you're likely seeing gusty winds and very heavy rainfall, maybe some small hail, but no tornado threat with it. Our circulation we are watching still is near the Cambria area. It is not as well defined as it was earlier, I will say. Not quite as well defined as it was earlier. It's still there, though. It could still tighten up briefly again. So if you're in the Cambria, Ransom, Pittsford areas, you should still be taking your tornado precautions. What does that look like? That's going to be your basement if you've got one, or storm shelter if you do not have a basement or storm shelter. Then you want to go to your small interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building, like a site-built structure, no mobile homes and no vehicles. If you're in a mobile home or vehicle, you need to evacuate and find a more substantial structure. Beetle fan, I think my mom told me that a tornado touched down in Plainwell. Yes, it was in the area of Plainwell. It was up towards The Otsego area, we had weather spotters confirm a tornado on the ground in that area a little earlier in the night. So yes, it was in the general area, but it was more towards Otsego where that tornado was. Again, we'll have to wait for the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids to go confirm that. Along with the tornado that we had earlier, further to the north, up in the Carson City, near the Carson City area, we had a confirmed tornado that we actually had on stream here with our Doppler radar. We had a debris signature, and yeah, we will need the National Weather Service to go confirm that as well. Again, our tornado warning, our rotation's not looking as tight, as defined as it was earlier, but still the potential for gusty straight line winds as these storms continue to move to the south and east. There's still a tornado warning in effect. You still need to take this seriously. You should still be in shelter in southern Hillsdale County. I will also pass along, we do have a new flood advisory that has been issued that does include southern portions of Berrien and Cass counties. As you can see again, we have that thunderstorm training ongoing. Again, when storms move over the same area, you get very heavy rainfall over a short period of time on a ground that already cannot take all that much more rain. And unfortunately, that's when we start getting flooding issues, and that has prompted this flood advisory for southern portions of Berrien and Cass County that is going to go until 7:30 this morning. Just a heads up, I do believe we had a viewer in the Ann Arbor area. Washtenaw and Lenawee counties, you are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. For 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, it also does have the tornado possible tag. Again, that is outside of our coverage area, so I can't really focus on that too much, but just be aware of that if anyone does happen to be watching from Washtenaw or Lenawee counties. If you are in Jackson County, we still have the severe thunderstorm warning. For the next half hour, I do suspect it'll be canceled earlier than that. The strongest part of the storm is now in the southeastern part of the county, Napoleon, Brooklyn, passing through the Leone area, near the Norvell community, near the Sharonville State Game area, Glass Lake as well. We still are maintaining the potential for 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. You'll see the shading, it's a little bit different orange shading here. That is a considerable tag, severe thunderstorm warning for 70 mile per hour wind gusts. They are also continuing our tornado possible tag. I do think the Detroit radar may have a little bit. Maybe not necessarily. Okay. Still fairly high winds into south, especially southeastern Jackson County. Actually, I think this is in range of our short range radar in southwest Wayne County. This is a short range radar that helps provide a little better view of the lower levels than the next rads do, like the White Lake radar or the Grand Rapids radar or Northern Indiana. And in that is still indicating very high winds, especially moving into western Washtenaw County near Sylvan Township. I do have indications of 70 potentially 80 mile per hour winds being indicated. Further south in the Jackson County, I'm seeing mainly 40 to 50, maybe approaching 55 mile an hour winds. Napoleon, Brooklyn, maybe towards Cement City, I'm seeing a few indications of higher winds. And then, all right, they have issued a tornado warning now for the Ann Arbor area. So, Cassandra, if you are watching still, if you're in Ann Arbor, you need to be taking cover right now. This is a tornado warning. I cannot stay too long on it, but the tornado warning now for Washtenaw County, including the Ann Arbor area. The tornado warning that we are watching continues for southern Hillsdale County for the next 13 minutes. Again, we're not really seeing the defined rotation that we were seeing earlier. We're still seeing the leftovers of it east of the Cambria area now, heading towards M99 near Ransom Frontier, heading towards Fountain Park and Shady Side. Yeah, and if you're in the tornado warning, you need to be taking cover right now. They have updated the tornado warning. If you are in the Reading area, you need to be you are all clear from the tornado warning now, and the severe thunderstorm warning for that matter. The strongest part of the storm is now off to the east. Still heavy rainfall, still frequent lightning. Unfortunately, we are concerned again about flooding in this area as well, as again, we have a lot of that thunderstorm training going on through some of these areas. There is a new mesoscale precipitation discussion that has came out. We'll take a look at that once we get rid of some of these warnings. But again, the tornado warning does continue for the next 10 minutes or so for a small section of southern Hillsdale County, mainly around the Ransom and Pittsford areas. Actually, Pittsford proper, you're not technically in it. The Fountain Park and Shady Side, the Frontier, Lickley Corners area. You're still in the tornado warning for the next 10 minutes or so. However, I'm not really seeing, oops, I'm going to hit the button to trigger our header. I'm not really seeing a definitive rotation signature. I can go to our debris tracker. Not really seeing anything there in terms of tornado debris. Alright, so other than that, we do continue with severe thunderstorm warnings for the next little 10 minutes also for Hillsdale County. This is the northern half of the county. That is primarily for 60-mile-per-hour wind potential. Again, greatest part of that's going to be heading south over the next few minutes as well. We will see if the National Weather Service does issue a short fuse, potentially severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning for the far southeastern corner of Hillsdale County, mainly the Betzer, Prattville, and Waldron areas. If that does take place, we'll be seeing that in the next few minutes. Outside of that, though, we do have severe thunderstorm warnings outside of our coverage area, but Wenaway County as well, and Walston. We also still technically have our severe thunderstorm warning for the next few minutes across Jackson, for the next 45 minutes across Jackson County. However, the strongest part of those storms is definitely getting ready to exit Jackson County into Lenawee and Washtenaw counties. Brooklyn, Napoleon, maybe Leone are likely still seeing gustier winds. However, the strongest part of the storm is passing off to your southeast, and you'll still just be in the heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. Again, still have some active warnings, mainly in our far southeastern section. Coverage area mainly for Jackson and Hillsdale counties. We do think we will be able to wrap up coverage here, hopefully over the next little while. I will say we are watching a stronger cell over the lake. Lake Michigan, that's just showing a little bit of an elevated signal, maybe for some hail. Let me put up our hail tracker and take a look at that. Quickly taking a look at that. Yeah, there is a signal of maybe some hail, which is a little bit larger. It's a little bit delayed, but over Lake Michigan. We'll have to watch that as that moves east. There could be the potential for some hail, potentially in southern Berrien County if that holds together. Outside of that, we're just seeing a lot of maybe some small hail signals along the line. Not really seeing any large hail signals associated with that. I am seeing some people tuning to us worried about the tornado warning in the Ann Arbor area. That is technically outside our coverage area. And when I have active warnings, I cannot really spend too much time on it. I'll spend briefly on it though. Our area of concern is going to be near Lima Township, and that will be heading towards the Ann Arbor and eventually Ypsilanti area as well. So if you're in the tornado warning in Washtenaw County, again, you'll want to just be taking shelter. Again, basement if you got one. If no basement, small interior room on the lowest floor of a building, away from those windows. As many walls again between you and the outside as possible. This is also still true in the small southern portions of Hillsdale County. We still have under tornado warnings. Uh, for the next few minutes, next 7 minutes, we still have a tornado warning for a small section of southern Hillsdale County. However, again, I'm still not really seeing anything extremely concerning when it comes to the rotation. Maybe a little bit east of Ransom, but not really that concerning. I go to my debris tracker. That is a little interesting near Ransom, but it does not really match with any rotation. So, not tornado debris there near Ransom. Again, I do think we will be beginning to wrap up our severe weather threat here in West Michigan over the next, I'll say, hour or so. Once we get these warnings out of here from Hillsdale and Jackson counties, I'll go over some final details and probably scale back coverage for tonight. Because I have been live for over 4.5 hours now, going on 5 hours soon. Not really seeing, really do not think we will need to be on much longer. So even when I do go off, I'll still be behind the scenes, just with some of these cells over the lake. So with a little bit of a hail threat, we'll still be watching those in the short term, just in case they get a little act up a little bit more. But I think the threat of that's getting lower as we head through tonight. We're still watching these storms mainly across, at this point, across southeastern Hillsdale County is my main area of concern for the short term, mainly for gusty winds. Again, we do still technically have the tornado warning for 5 more minutes. However, the strongest part of that storm even now is exiting the tornado warning. So, again, I do not think we're going to need to be on too much longer here. And the severe thunderstorm warning, the gust front has passed. You're still seeing maybe some small hail, still maybe some gusty winds, but infrequent lightning. But the worst will be ending relatively soon. And across southern Hillsdale County, outside of the tornado warning, none of this is severe at this time. This is just heavy rainfall. Maybe some occasional small hail. And heavy and frequent cloud ground lightning. Just waiting around to see what they do with these warnings. They do expire in the next 5 minutes. Either adjusting or canceling our thunderstorm warning for Jackson County. I'll come across here momentarily. They have canceled the severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County. Severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County has been canceled. The strongest part of the storms are out of Jackson County now. And I think we are on our way to letting some warnings expire, potentially for Hillsdale County here in the next couple of minutes as well. We'll stick around for a few more minutes just until we know for sure what's going on in Hillsdale County. However, sirens going off in Ann Arbor. Again, there is still a tornado warning in the Ann Arbor area that is outside our coverage area, so again, I cannot spend too much time on it, but we are watching our potential tornadic circulation now near the Scioto Township area. Nothing on the debris tracker, just some rotation, at least some gusty winds. Some potential rotation near the Scioto Township area, heading towards Ann Arbor over the next few minutes. So if you are in Ann Arbor, you need to be taking shelter right now. We'll say our radar system, this is also detecting maybe some rotation in northern Wenaway County as well. It looks more gusty winds to me, but we are watching. So I'll be watching behind the scenes nonetheless. I do have some more good news to pass along. If you are in Calhoun, Eaton, Ingham, and Jackson counties, the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has canceled the tornado watch. In fact, I believe that drops all the Grand Rapids counties from the tornado watch. Technically, the tornado watch does remain for the next couple of hours for counties along the state line. However, the environment I really think has worked over at this point in this area, and the threat of additional severe weather overall is relatively low at this point. Still some rain and thunder, maybe some small hail from time to time and gusty winds, but they are allowing our tornado warning to expire, and I believe they're going to do the same thing for our severe thunderstorm warning here shortly. A tornado warning has been allowed to expire at 1:45. That is in the next minute or so. And I do believe the same thing is going to go for our severe thunderstorm warning too. And I do not. Again, for the next couple of minutes, we are still going to be watching near the Waldron area. In fact, I may just stick around for a few more minutes. Let this little section that's not warned or anything near the Waldron area just exit into Wenaway County. However, I'll just say we wrap up at 2 o'clock. Regardless. Excuse me. Been talking for a little while, so. Has there been a touchdown in Washtenaw? I just saw that question. I have not seen any official reports. A touchdown, again, that's outside of our coverage area, so. Washtenaw County. It's outside of our official coverage area, so. Just that I know we have viewers watching in that area, and we have no warnings locally. We'll kind of keep an eye on that for just a little bit. Taking a look at that actually real quickly before I do decide whether to sign off or not. Our rotation we are watching is now near the Lakewood area, near Lakewood School. Right there near I-94 and South Wagner Road. Kind of near where I-94 and I believe that's M14 split. There's our rotation. That's going to be heading into the downtown area over the next few minutes. I'm going to go to our debris tracker. I'm not seeing any signs of debris or anything. Again, you still want to be in shelter in the Ann Arbor area along with Ypsilanti, Ann Arbor Charter Township. I am seeing a little more straight line wind, Superior Township, and Salem. That is a new severe thunderstorm watch. That's going to be ahead of the line. Not already in the tornado watch. That's going to be out of state. So, at this point, we do not have any active severe weather warnings across West Michigan. You will notice that on the bottom of the screen. We have transitioned from a severe thunderstorm, from the severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings we've had throughout the night. We have no active warnings. We only have the tornado watch for portions of for our state line counties. That does technically go until 4 in the morning, although I would not be surprised if the National Weather Service in Northern Indiana does cancel that a little bit earlier. Just with our environment being worked over really at this point, I do not see much in the way of additional severe weather potential. You are further to the north. I am aware we still have thunder and lightning. In the stratiform rain, these are relatively loud boomers, but we're not looking at any severe weather. The severe weather threat is done for the most part across West Michigan. We do still have several flood alerts in effect, starting on this flood advisory down in Berrien and Cass counties. We have a flood advisory in the Lansing area as well, and I'll turn the radar off for these so it's a little more visible. We do have flood warnings in place as well for Oceana, Muskegon, Newaygo, Mecosta, Montcalm, and Gratiot counties. And also technically Saginaw County, and also Livingston, Oakland, and Macomb counties. Those are outside our coverage area, and a lot more where that came from to the north as well. So again, we do continue with flood watches across the entire state of Michigan. I know some of these are hidden by the tornado watches. In fact, I can never works, but the entire state of Michigan, all 83 counties, yes, all 83 counties in Michigan is under a flood watch. I do not remember a time in history where that has happened, so I do believe that was confirmed earlier by the National Weather Service in Detroit. I'll have to double check, but this may be the first time in recorded history, at least, that all 83 counties in Michigan have been under a flood watch. So, and again, we still got rounds of rain and thunderstorms the rest of the week. That's just going to add to the flooding issues, particularly near rivers, near streams, near those low-lying areas. We're still going to be looking at some issues, at least until probably till early next week. We could finally, hopefully, clear things out a little bit. But nonetheless, it's been a lot of rainfall that we don't really need, and we still have more coming. So I do want to take a look. I didn't really get to take a look at it earlier. I am going to take our all right, I do want to mention if you are in Berrien, Cass, Berrien, Branch, Cass, Hillsdale, and St. Joseph County, those are all of our state line counties. They have just been canceled from the tornado watch as well. So no, our tornado watch, except has just dropped off the screen there on the alert crawl. We have no tornado watch now either in the West Michigan weather coverage area. So at this point, I do feel comfortable saying our severe weather threat is on the downswing for the rest of the night, and you can probably comfortably go to bed across West Michigan if you're still up with us. I know the thunder's kind of loud, especially near the state line. We're still seeing heavy rainfall and flooding concerns, but the severe weather threat, I do think, is done for tonight across West Michigan. Now, I am going to take our my BDO feed full just for a second, as these storms have caused quite a few issues across West Michigan this evening, both from damaging straight line winds and tornadoes. As you can see, taking a look at the consumer's energy outage map, we do have quite a few power outages across West Michigan, especially south of M46, is where I'm seeing the greatest coverage of outages. I'll zoom in on a few pockets around the Carson City area, through Maple Rapids, towards Hubbardston, back through Palo. We have outages here. This is likely from that radar-confirmed tornado we had near Carson City earlier tonight. There's outages related to that. There's a few outages here and there in the Ithaca area. Not really seeing as widespread there. We're also seeing outages across northern Kent County, unfortunately including the HQ, which I did not pass this along earlier, but Jonah did post in chat. No power or internet here at West Michigan Weather Headquarters, otherwise I joined in. Sorry all. just wanted to pass along that all of our chasers have made it home safely. So Riley, Jonah, Alex, and Owen, they're all out today. Everyone's home safe, and we are good to go. Everyone on our team is safe for tonight. So, in case anyone was concerned about our team, everyone here is safe. Now, going back to the power outages, we're seeing some more outages around the Grand Rapids area. Around the Lansing area, we're seeing some as well, particularly towards the Meridian, Okemos area, Hazlitt. Into Clinton County, we're seeing some outages as well. And further to the south, around north of Kalamazoo, this is the Otsego Plainwell confirmed tornado by weather spotters. Weather spotters did confirm a tornado there. We have a batch of outages stretching from there all the way through Calhoun County and into Jackson County as well. That is that long track section of, may not all have necessarily been tornadic, but definitely damaging straight line winds have tracked along the I-94 corridor. And then we are also seeing some outages further to the south. Around the Coldwater area, we're seeing some. And then into Hillsdale County as well, we are seeing some pockets. And really in the Wettaway County, we're seeing some pockets of outages as well. So we are seeing pockets of scattered power outages tonight. Across West Michigan, this is due to the strong and severe thunderstorms that have produced both straight line wind damage and potential tornadoes that we've had on both radar and weather spotters reporting throughout the evening. Let's take a look at another outage map. This is the INM outage map. This is going to be Southwest Michigan. We're not seeing too many in the way of outages there. This is also the Tri-County Homeworks Tri-County map. And here we're seeing a few scattered outages, particularly around, again, the Carson City area where we had that tornado on the ground. Earlier, we're seeing a few outages. Gratiot County, we're seeing a few. Odia County, we're starting to see. That's Clinton County. Seeing a few, but again, so but even up in Big Rapids, we're seeing an isolated outage. But all right, so again, if anyone has any damage to report, let us know on social media and also on our website at www.westmichiganweather.net. That is www.westmichiganweather.net as I bring back up our main scene. Again, we do have a place on our website. You could submit those storm reports to us, including damage reports, and let us know. And you could also tag us on social media with any reports as well. Again, taking a final look at the radar before we sign off. Our severe threat continues in southeast Michigan. In fact, we do have several tornado warnings around the Detroit area. That is for damaging winds and damaging straight line winds and brief spin up tornadoes. Otherwise, in West Michigan, we are mostly done with the severe weather threat. We're mainly just going to be seeing rumbles and the rest of the night, rumbles of thunder with the rainfall, the stratiform lightning, and there is still some thunderstorm activity to go near the state line, where our greatest concern for continued flooding will be through the rest of the overnight hours and into tomorrow morning. Again, at this point, we are going to go and scale back our live coverage for tonight. Thank you to those that have tuned in for us throughout the night. We hope everyone made it through these storms safely. If anyone has any damage, we hope people who may have unfortunately suffered damage hopefully can recover from that. I have not seen too much of that yet, but we'll be seeing some of that in storm surveys. Probably starting tomorrow. Alright, but at this point, we are going to be scaling back our live coverage. Again, thank you for tuning in, and stay safe out there. Again, thank you.